It is draft week for the NHL, and teams are already off to the races as we have official confirmation the Philadelphia Flyers have acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 26th draft. Round one is going to begin this Friday at 7 p.m. Our coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is presented to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. We will get more on the draft as Sabres General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin are expected to meet with the media tomorrow at 11 a.m. for their pre-draft availability. We will be carrying that right here on WGR. The NBA Finals do go the way of the OKC Thunder, the organization's first ever NBA title. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he continues to add to his trophy case from this season, along with the regular season MVP. SGA added this year's scoring title, the Western Conference Finals MVP, and the Finals MVP. And we do have confirmation. Pacers guard Tyrese Halleberton did in fact suffer a torn right Achilles. Halleberton suffered that injury less than 10 minutes into Game 7. Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard also suffered the same injury in these playoffs as well. And we got afternoon baseball starting just after 7 p.m. The Yankees are in Cincy versus the Reds, and the Mets host the Atlanta Braves. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I don't think that's a very good attitude.
It's Mike Schopp.
You don't think? You don't think? I don't think you should be butting in when I'm talking to my team. You're my assistant, okay? You're supposed to back me up and go get me juice boxes when I tell you. Now go get me a juice box. You know who you're talking to.
It's the Bulldog.
I'm talking to the juice box guy. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm just thirsty. Why don't you go to hell? No, you go to hell. While you're there, why don't you grab me a juice box? I'm no juice box boy, I'll tell you that. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you
It's
are.
Mike
I'm not.
Schopp and the Bulldog on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hi there, here's to a fun week. Hot one, by the way. Not everybody who listens to us or watches us, as the case may be, is in the area, but we are at or near 90 today. That's a lot of the Northeast. Still, 100 watch. Let it commence today.
I was thinking about that when I saw this forecast midweek last week, heading into this week. But yeah, I forced that. I was, I had a bet with Joe. It was already
right. You had a bet.
So like 3 years ago now.
3 or 10.
He's been gone from our show for a while, so it was while he was running our show, like Zach is now. And yeah, I had a bet we'd get to 100. I don't remember. I know I lost it. I'm sure I paid it because I'm a psycho about paying stuff off. I don't remember what the stakes were, but it was 100 by like the end of September of 22.
It was $5 for every degree short of 100 was the year's high.
Sure.
That's what it should have been. That's what the bet should have been. If you got to 95, all right, this isn't going to be as costly as, maybe an El Nino year or something where it just did not get that hot. I was in Albany for the weekend and just checking my weather app, like, 98 on Monday. Probably happens here all the time. I don't know. That's not 100.
No.
But when it said 98 in Albany for today, it said 89 here or on the island. There's also the island factor.
Right. That's you got to
bring it down a few.
Yeah.
Up there. Oklahoma City wins the NBA championship. Is this, did I see maybe 8 years in a row where a different team has won the NBA title?
7.
7?
7 it is. Right? Zach, you held up 7 fingers to me just now? Yes.
7?
I had just seen that also on social media. Yeah. 7 years in a row, different champ.
How many of us are left? How many, and we're 2 of us. How many franchises in the Big Four sports are still without a single championship? Throw out a number. I have the number. Throw out a number. We are 2. There's a start.
In the so baseball, hockey, basketball, football.
Yes.
How many franchises? Oh, geez. I'm gonna say 50.
Okay. I would have guessed like 25, and the answer is almost exactly right between our guesses.
Okay.
38. If you count the Arizona Coyotes. They are not the Utah franchise. Like, Utah didn't take Arizona's stats to Utah. So Utah is 1, and what's their problem? Not having won a cup yet.
If Vegas was in the final their first year, I don't know what are you doing over there, Utah? They and Seattle are lagging way behind.
Yes. Don't they know how easy it is? So Utah is 1. Arizona, I've counted Arizona for this because they are inactive. Like, they're not dead.
Right.
But they're also not live.
Yeah,
whatever that is.
Because hockey's going to see fit to go back there again.
Is that like those bugs those bugs that just are non-existent for like 7 years? Every 7 years they come out.
Yeah, cicadas. Is that what cicadas?
Is that the
cicada? I don't know.
Arizona cicadas.
Yeah,
should be their name.
That's what they should go with.
Because they're really in that dormant kind of state.
They'll get around to redeveloping the Arizona market for the NHL right after they take a third run at Atlanta.
Okay.
Because that seems like that's in the offing.
And, I probably don't have to say this, but Atlanta wouldn't count. Because Winnipeg is Atlanta.
Right.
New Winnipeg is Atlanta. Old Winnipeg is Arizona, which are the cicadas now.
Which is they're dormant.
They're dormant.
Okay.
What a start.
Holy cow.
38 franchises. 11 in hockey. 12 in the NFL. That's the most. 10 in the NBA. And 5 in baseball. Did I count right? That's 38.
I wasn't keeping. I don't check your math. You should always check mine. I never check yours.
Do you feel like that's a number where you can feel a little bit better about Buffalo's state history? Can you look at it like that?
Not
with a lot of company.
No, well, a reasonable amount of company, but the fact that Utah and even Arizona rate. And Utah's been in the league for exactly 2 years, and the Sabres were founded in 1970. Last year was the first year? Yeah, right. Okay, 1 year. Sorry, I rushed it. That's not exactly, they haven't been running the same race. I mean, it's like a different level of achievement. There's not futility involved yet.
Also,
because they just got there.
Also, a lot of these franchises are in places that have won in other sports.
Yeah, that helps.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, right. Detroit has never won the Super Bowl. They've got the Red Wings. They've got the Tigers. They've got the Pistons. I mean, they've won
in
multiple titles in all of those other sports. Right. So they're not wandering the desert. If you only care about the Lions, maybe you feel a little lonely about that. But you've had a lot of opportunity to celebrate your local team's successes.
But there are locales that do have, a longing because they don't have what, say, Detroit has. Minnesota has the Twins, which won in 91 and in the 60s or the 50s. Mm-hmm. But their teams in the other 3 sports are all zeros. NBA, NHL, and NFL. And not even...
Don't get to count the Dallas Stars Cups for Minnesota.
No, you do not.
No,
and
I know, that's right.
I was about to say the North Stars never even won.
Right.
Before they went to Dallas, and Dallas has won the one time.
Right.
Asterisk. So Minnesota has 3 franchises that have never won, and then they have the Twins. So, I mean, does that feel like... Is that like Champions Avenue or something? No.
And as much as I'd like 1991 to be just a few years ago, it's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago. Yeah. It's right. It's not in HD. It's in color, but it's not in HD. It's in a dome. So we had domes then. But yeah. Right. So Minnesota has 3 teams without a title. We have 2. Seattle has 2, including the Kraken. I mean, they're brand new, but they count. And the Mariners.
Right, but the Seahawks won pretty recently.
The Seahawks have the one against Peyton Manning.
Can I get away with pretty recently there?
When was it?
2013
or 14?
Somewhere in there.
14?
Yeah.
Not really. It's not that recent. Nobody's still on the team, I bet.
It's more than 10 years ago.
I doubt there's a single guy that was on that team that's still there. Maybe. Like a kicker or something, but I doubt it.
Man, we're like 10 minutes into the week, and time is just kicking my ass over here.
You're having a shocker of time.
Time has got the jersey pulled up over my head, and then I'm like, where are the linesmen?
How about Tennessee? So Tennessee Titans out of Nashville, no. The Oilers count for that, too. That's 0. The Predators made the finals once,
right,
but that's a 0. Got Phil Housley a promotion. Good for him. Good timing there.
Yeah.
And Memphis, not Nashville, but Memphis in the NBA, nothing.
Right.
So there's that. And, Vancouver, the Memphis Grizzlies used to be in Vancouver. They wiggled away on that one. They're not claiming that
right,
goose egg anymore. Indiana in the NBA, close. It was going to be them or Oklahoma City.
Right.
One of them was going to win their first.
But they've got the Colts.
They've got the Colts,
which is also more than 20 years ago. Or is it exactly 20? What was that? Was that the 06 season or 05? I don't remember now.
When they won, that was 05 season.
Okay.
That's right.
So 20 years.
They beat the Bears.
Right.
Was that a real thing?
Yeah,
the Colts and the Bears?
No, Rex Grossman started the game. It doesn't count. If you go to like the Super Bowl Wikipedia page, it's omitted. There's just a line through it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No.
San Diego.
Don't trust me.
San Diego Padres are on the 0 list.
All right.
And the Chargers left.
But they left a goose egg behind.
That's right. That would have been a 0, but they left. So, there's 38 teams.
I don't.
Utah has 2.
It doesn't. That doesn't buffer it much, really, because some of it is so new, and we're just on like lifetime here. So even if I don't know how would it if the Bills had won one of those 4 in the 90s, and we had that. I think we've pondered this before. Like how different are our lives right now? I think marginally, if at all, different. Because I think it's so long ago, we're talking to people who weren't alive for it on a daily basis. And those people, we would go, let's sit down and let Grandpa tell you a story about when the Bills won the Super Bowl back in 1992.
Right around that Twins moment there.
Right. Like we'd have that, but I'd like to think, as much as I will tell you that seeing my favorite baseball team win and then win 4 in the span of 13 or 14 years, whatever the timeline is there, sort of dampened how much I feel attached to the Red Sox. I don't know. I really hadn't stumbled into that opinion until 2004, and really then through the aughts where they won and then won again and one more time. It's sort of like, I don't know. You're just kind of any old team now. I think if the Bills had won in 1992, I'd be all back to like dying for it to happen.
I think it's big. For me, it's big. It would depend on your age and, your level of sanity or whatever, like how seriously you take sports, because I'm on the more serious end, I think, of that spectrum. But I don't think about it like consciously very often. And so this question is not something like I have a ready answer to. Mm-hmm. But I do think the 0, it's the Bills and the Sabres together for this. And I think it means a lot. And if they'd won, if either team had, if the Bills had won in, actually it might depend on which one. But if the Bills had won the last Super Bowl, that's like a movie.
Right, because
if they'd won the first one, then they're like kind of losers almost anyway.
They did get a documentary, but whatever. Yeah,
they needed to lose them all to get the movie.
Right,
but it's a different movie. It's a scripted movie. If you win the 4th one as a double-digit underdog, it's all good.
Yeah.
If they beat
that's right
Dallas in 28, it's all good. It's incredible. Like the resilient, all the stuff
they stuck with it.
They get credit for already from their fans, and a few other people. So I think that's important to my kind of, I don't know, what's the word? What the Bills and Sabres are to me is it's different if it's one. It's also different if it's one from before I was born or something. Like the AFL is its own thing. It's a championship. Mm-hmm. They didn't lose to anybody. They won their last game.
Right. Twice in a row
in a league of 8 or 10. So, people will count that. More people will count that. The people who were there will count that.
Right.
Like that lived it. If the Sabres had won in 75, I don't know. Does that change anything for me? It's the Chiefs before Mahomes. Like the Chiefs had one from, the 60s, and what do you do with it? But at least it's one.
Yeah.
I think it's big.
It is. It's funny. I'm just thinking about the AFL thing and how, like, I know we both have known people, and some of the people are the same people that are very proud of that and want to remind you about it whenever we talk like this. About the no championships. The Bandits people are more current, and that's on the other side of that too. That's there. But I'm thinking, as you're talking about the AFL, I'm thinking about my dad, who's going to be 92 in September, and so he went to games there. Like I can still remember him and my uncle and my older cousins talking about guys on those teams. But he never, ever, ever that I can remember one time has referenced those as championships, that they fill up a space where we want a Super Bowl to be for him. Like it's a very, I don't know, maybe he's an anomaly, I don't know, but that's just, my dad is not one who wants to remind me. He does listen pretty regularly to us, and we talk like this, and I never get a call like, they won in 65. Yeah, ever. It's like, he's not walking around with that in a knapsack or something.
I wouldn't blame anybody for doing that, though.
No, I wouldn't either. I just think it's curious that he, whatever. Anyway, go.
What are the Leafs? How many banners hang at their arena? Is it 11? Maybe, is that the number? The Leafs have like 11 cups.
It's a big number. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm right, but some number, I think it's double digits. Well, how many teams did they play? They played fewer teams in maybe every one of those seasons than the Bills did in the AFL.
Yeah, it was a 6-team league the whole time.
6-team league. So how many of Montreal's cups? Actually, they still have a lot from post-expansion.
They do, yeah.
But, I think you can count the 60s Bills. Nobody does. Right? Nobody does, because then you have, it's not wrong or anything, but then you have two champions that exist now in professional football for every one of those years of the 60s. Or, at least until Super Bowl I. And that's kind of annoying for the record books. You have 50 seasons, you have 50 champions.
The merger is a perfectly acceptable line of demarcation as far as I'm concerned. Like the Super Bowl being the Super Bowl, even though it wasn't officially called the Super Bowl that first year, is still like that. That's the championship we're all chasing. So and this is not. I'm not. Just because my dad doesn't seem to care that much, or maybe I've just never talked about it. And it's so long ago that he just is going to bring it up himself. But I'm sure plenty of people will hold it up, and that I'm not criticizing that. But I do think the Super Bowl era is that is football as we have come to know it. So that counts. That counts for more. We're not going back into like pre-Major League Baseball days to count anything the Bisons did when they were in the whatever league they were in, playing like by the Peace Bridge or whatever. Like
we should know your history. The Federal League, right?
Yeah.
The Buffalo Buffets. We should look them up and see if they ever won it. I don't think they did. Well, who's to say that in a century the NFL hasn't merged with some other league, like an international league, probably, right? It would be some league in Europe and China and South America. Like there's just sort of these new football leagues. This is probably the vision. In decades in the future, there's professional football in all these other parts of the globe that measures up, that rises to the level of the NFL and can beat the teams in the NFL, just theoretically. And then if that happens, now you have a 200-team Super League. Right. Does anybody care about the last 50 years of the NFL anymore when they consider championships? The NFL, football people love to use the term world champions. McDermott uses it, which is obnoxious. Play one team from another country, and ever, and beat them for a trophy then. But, that has never happened. It's not the Bills' fault. It's not the Chiefs' fault. It's just like, get out of here with world champions. I mean, there are other places, So let's say, you have this Super League and other countries are good enough and it sort of grows like that. And do we care? Maybe as Americans we care about the Super Bowl era, but otherwise doesn't really, it's not as big a thing as the actual world championship would be.
Right. I appreciate that this is entirely theoretical. I think that is going to happen to some degree, but it's going to be under the NFL umbrella. It's not going to be some startup league from Taiwan that suddenly gets competitive enough. Like, oh, look, they've got players that are as good as Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen were. We should probably put them in the league. I think the league that's been slowly going on here. That's what all these Europe games are about. Is I think eventually, getting over there. It might take another 20 years to have like an actual European division or something, but I think I want to say I hope in my lifetime, I hope I'm around for another 20 years at least, that we get there.
It's really, I don't know if it's much to differentiate like that. I'm just saying, like, what happened to the AFL? Why is the AFL history minimized? It's because the NFL, they merged, but the NFL got to keep the name. And that was contested, but the NFL got to keep the name, and so there were NFL champions pre-merger, and there are NFL champions since, and there are no AFL champions anymore.
Yeah, I wonder when and if when. I'm going to just say when, because I do think that is going to happen at some point here. Does the name of the league become the International Football League? Because they've got a division of 4 teams, or maybe 2 4-team divisions in Europe or Asia or wherever. Like, are they going to change the name of the league?
Actually, I just thought of this. So I want rights.
Okay.
If it's actually that good. I know it's original, the World League of American Football.
Oh.
You could actually have it be called the World League of American Football. Then is everybody happy? Oh, that was already a thing in the 90s, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's right. I forgot about my Pro Set football cards. We had the Berlin.
Some of us made fun of it by calling it the We Laugh.
Oh, is that you did that?
Yeah.
We had the London Broil or whatever it was.
I don't remember.
I don't think that's right. Which team did Kurt Warner play for? Maybe he played for London. Anyway, so where were we? 38 franchises have yet to win a championship in one of the big 4 sports. That's down from 39 after last night, which was going to happen because they both were on that list. What a bummer.
Oh.
I did not. My son and I had a long driving weekend again, and we were getting home by about 8. And I asked him, would you want to watch Game 7 with me? And he says what he said, like what my kids say when they want to say no, but they don't want to say no. He said, maybe a little bit. Like they don't want to, but they don't want to say no.
Right.
So maybe a little bit. So I knew that was a no. And I wasn't really. I watched an old Top Chef, just first quarter. First quarter. But I said to him, if it's the fourth quarter and it's close, I'm going to go to it.
Yeah.
I don't need the whole thing, but I'll go to it if it's the fourth quarter and it's close. And I went to Twitter and the injury.
Yeah,
I
was watching, and it looked like it was setting up to be a very competitive, memorable Game 7. And I guess it still is. I mean, somebody won a championship, and we had this injury, so you're going to remember it. But I just mean hotly contested, really good game down to the wire, maybe. Although it's early, but still, Indiana was in the lead most of the first while Hallebertton was on the court, and even for a little while after. But then
didn't they lead at halftime?
It just right. Okay, thank you. Yes, so they were in great shape, and then
I loved Lebitard on this point today. I saw a clip of him talking, and it was how every team in the NBA over the years that's been as dominant as Oklahoma City was rolled through the postseason, and this team couldn't do it.
Right,
and they had a chance to get beat, and that's what the injury cost.
Yeah,
the history is it's not like it couldn't have happened anymore, but such a blow. And he's like, I wanted to see whether those young guys on Oklahoma City could actually survive it.
Yeah.
And we didn't really get to find out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You missed out. So, and they pulled
Win's
away.
a win.
Yeah, sure. And they look set up real nice. I mean, I don't follow the league closely enough to have I just don't have a strong opinion on their style. There's a lot of talk, by people who do follow the league much more closely than myself about the foul baiting with SGA and whatnot, and so like style wise, they're smothering defensively. I can appreciate smothering defense. With the guy that stood out to me the most watching the series, again, not like super intently, but casually, it's on, the game's on, I'm watching, is this Holmgren guy. Like, he defensively is just everywhere. For a guy that's 7 feet tall, he might weigh like 125 pounds at 7 feet tall. I mean, he is about an inch wide, but he moves defensively so well. It's not graceful, but he gets in the way. He is very effective. And he's very young. I think he's still got room to get better. And like that's the guy that I'm most interested in on that team, even though they have the MVP on the team. I mean, no slight on him, but I'm curious to see what Holmgren turns into.
I have been described just that way. He's not graceful, but he gets in the way. That's right. I sort of just get in your way ungracefully. 803-0550. We'll get to some Bills stuff here, and also it being the week of the NHL draft, Chad DeDominicis will start our discussions off today from Expected Buffalo on the Sabres state of things, the draft this weekend. He's been doing some trade ideas on his site and on Twitter. So that'll be today. Lines are open for you. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Thanks for listening. This is WGR.
we need a tie out there, and he's been good for us all year. And for him to go down, getting a game like that, it's like it sucked the soul out of us. I ain't gonna say out of everybody, but I don't feel like I played good because I was thinking about it the whole day, and I felt like it was my fault.
Tyrese Halliburton's Indiana Pacers teammate, Obi Toppin. He will lose now, Hallebertton, you would think, all of next season?
Yeah, that seems likely. Yeah.
So if he knew that last night, it's not really a fair question, but does he play? Like, how about that outcome?
Yeah.
That not only does he get hurt during the game and can't continue in the game, but he loses a year, too. I mean, you can't really ask a question like that. It's just so much worse.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and especially because he was, I think, if I got the timeline right, pretty obviously hindered in Game 5, which is when he hurt it originally, but was pretty well enough to be effective in Game 6. And so you think, like, probably, yeah, this isn't the best thing to do, and it's probably going to be some price to pay, but, I'm fine. I'm not at my best. That stinks. But I'm going to give it a go. And then that happens. That was very tough to watch. The whole thing. I mean, just you had to feel for him immediately. I think his reaction told you he thought he knew what that injury was. It's one of those, they're not going to tell you ahead of time, and they're not guessing on the network television broadcast, but you could see it on the replay that it was, just like the Rodgers thing, and any of these that you've seen that the calf reacts that way, just like, oh, that looks like an Achilles tear.
You don't need to be, an actual doctor.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
They wouldn't say it. They'll never say it until they know.
Right.
But Twitter knows. They slow it down. You can see it. It's one thing.
Yep.
Remember my brother-in-law with Rodgers. The season is just starting, and he goes down. He gets up, and then he sits down. And he thought he knew right away. That he thought, I'm saying my brother-in-law thought he knew right away what Rodgers' injury was. And maybe Rodgers did too.
Right.
It's just different than any other injury you watch happen. Because the player isn't like screaming or anything like that. He's not rolling around. He's just like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a quote, but
right.
I think it'd be like that.
Yeah, it has been described that I've read numerous accounts where it feels like nothing else. Like it's an injury. Like you can twist your knee, twist an ankle, and not know. What did I just do? Did I dislocate something? Did I tear something? What we're going to need MRIs and figure out what this. Like, I think it happens to you and you go, oh, I think that's what that is. There's not a lot of room for the imagination there. It's just, I think I know what happened there.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. I'm not expecting you to know this or care, but I've said it before. I will tell you, like, I am not an ice cream guy at all. Cookies, ice cream, I'm just not really, into that, like sweets and desserts and everything. Pie once in a while for the holidays, but really, like, not my thing. Today is the kind of day where I could be tempted by ice cream. Mm-hmm. It's the kind of day where I could be tempted. It's hot in here, like we're outside. I mean, it's just I'm wiping sweat as we speak from my forehead, which is great.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Do you follow Treehouse Brewing?
I do not. I'm familiar with their brands, but I do not follow them.
Western Massachusetts. I've been there. Their signature beer, I think I could say, is called Julius. That's my son's name. So I follow Treehouse. And they had a tweet today about a beer that is fashioned after an ice cream flavor that they described as, quote, low-key the best ice cream flavor. Now, this could be a lot of flavors. There's a lot of personal preference. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of different ones. Vanilla... I mentioned my son. Vanilla is his favorite ice cream flavor. Can't be considered low-key. There's nothing low-key about vanilla. It's not sort of hard to find. It's not right. It's not low-key.
It's not a flavor. Yeah, many people would say that's my favorite ice cream.
Yes, if there were a poll, like Twitter gives you 4 options. very possible vanilla could be one of the four. Chocolate, right? Chocolate isn't low key.
No.
Either, right? Obviously. So what is in their, promotion? Right? Who knows who really thinks this? But I wanted to run it by you. Low key, the best ice cream flavor: black raspberry chocolate chip. Now, apparently that's a flavor. I don't think I've ever had. I think I've had black raspberry ice cream.
I've had chocolate
and
chip,
chocolate
ice,
chip
cream.
ice cream.
I've never had them together. Yeah.
Right. So I do have a choice for this. As rare as it is that I will eat ice cream, I did as a kid, right? But I just never eat ice cream as an adult. No reason. I just don't. I'll end up with chips instead, or like a hot dog or something.
No.
When I'm making what I think is probably a bad choice late at night, whatever.
Right.
It's usually not ice cream. It's never ice cream. But I would say what flavor came to mind for me, low key the best, strawberry cheesecake. Respect it?
I like strawberry. I always like strawberry ice cream. As I've gotten older, I have favored French vanilla ice cream as my favorite and best flavor. But when I was a kid, strawberry was my go-to if we went to whatever, Big Wheel or the ice cream places. Not custard places, but an ice cream place where you get scoops on a cone, and strawberry with the chunks of frozen strawberry in there. That was pretty hot.
But not strawberry cheesecake.
No, I don't even know exactly what. I know what strawberry cheesecake probably is.
It just has a cheesecake kind of consistency.
Yeah.
Strawberry swirls.
Yeah.
Maybe little chunks. Maybe.
Yeah. I need the chunks.
Yeah. I don't know if I can help you.
I crave the chunks.
I don't know if I can give you the chunks.
Yeah.
But
strawberry cheesecake beer, then? That's what we're talking about here?
No, that's not. I don't know of it being a beer.
Oh.
Black raspberry chocolate chip is a beer.
Okay, yep. I did follow that. I was mistaken. Yeah.
Like a stout.
Yeah. I've never really liked black raspberry ice cream. I like raspberries.
Oh, it's a seltzer.
Oh.
By the way, it's not a stout. It's a seltzer.
Okay. Well, that makes...
But you could do both. You could make that into a dark beer.
Sure you could. Yeah.
Maybe not... It wouldn't be chocolate chip. It would just be chocolate.
Right.
Black raspberry or raspberry chocolate.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's out there as a beer.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Got to be 1,000 of them.
Right.
But this is black raspberry chocolate chip seltzer.
All right.
If you're into that.
I'm not sure I want a chocolate flavor in a seltzer. That's making my stomach gurgle, just like thinking about processing that. I don't know. I don't think I could handle that. It's not the right combination of things there. Bubbles and chocolate.
Bubbles and chocolate.
I really...
Bubbles and chocolate.
I don't like how this is making my stomach feel. I don't like... But black raspberries, my mom used to get black raspberry ice cream. Or maple walnut. I think those were her two go-tos when we were kids. We'd hop in the station wagon and go out for ice cream. And I feel like I remember her getting maple walnut and black raspberry. And I never really...
Can't mix them.
No, definitely not. No, I'm not. It would be, separate cones, not even one of each or something on a cone. But I never really liked I don't know. There's something about the black raspberry that doesn't really appeal to me, even though I like raspberry.
It's a cool color.
Yeah, it is.
Magenta.
It looks like I'm going to like it. I remember thinking, Mommy, let me try that. That looks like no. No. I'm not getting it done for me.
Strawberry cheesecake or blueberry cheesecake ice cream. There's got to be a better way to describe it, but it's almost like it's a little bit chewy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Where you're getting the flavors, but it's also like a little bit of a different consistency.
Yeah.
I think. Would not be a good beer. Or even seltzer, perhaps. Not. How would I know? Maybe it is. Maybe it's brilliant.
Listen, if black raspberry chocolate chip is working as a seltzer, I think they're no holds barred.
It's good enough for Treehouse. It's probably good.
I think anything goes.
I'm thinking they know they can sell it.
Right.
I'll tell you where I would have wanted one was when I was in their 5-mile-long line to get in. The one time I was there, I could have used one of these seltzers standing in that line out in the sun. I never made it inside. It maybe doesn't count that I was there. I parked. I stood in line at the place, but the line was so long, I was on my way back from Boston alone. I'm like, I'm just not going to stand here all day and then go drink 2 beers, then get back in the car for 5 hours.
Yeah,
So-
that doesn't seem ideal at all.
Oh, this would have been a good idea for Saturday night, actually. Maybe a little bit far. I was in Albany. Still, like that, I bailed. Like I never made it inside. Does that count as being there?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, you have a story. I was there.
I have a picture of it.
I tried to go. But I couldn't wait any longer.
I was there.
Yeah.
I was not in there.
That works. That's not like just being in an airport in a city.
You weren't at the Bills game, though, if you just went to the tailgate.
No.
You'd have to go into the stadium to
Correct.
count that as being at the game.
Yeah.
You're not at the game if you're just in the parking lot.
That's right.
Yeah, so
But this is different. Like, there's
Is it?
not. Yeah, I mean, you don't need an admission ticket. You are waiting in a line, but you went there with the intention of walking in there like a normal person would walk into a brewery and trying their beer and
That's right.
walking out with some. But it became too cumbersome, so you had to leave.
it was just going to be hours, I
I think you were there. I'm giving you that you were there.
I was not at Red Rocks. I'm wearing a shirt today
That's a
with the Red Rocks logo.
That is a really sharp shirt.
It was a gift for me
Sharp.
by my
I went with
wife.
sharp.
She was there last Monday, and I'm wearing it anyway. I've never been to Red Rocks, but I can't even say Red Rocks. Rewind. Red Rocks. I've never been there, but I'm wearing the shirt anyway, making it seem like I have. Just telling you.
right.
I know I haven't. I'm not, looking for. There's no stolen valor here.
Yeah, I don't feel like you're being a poser about it. It's a cool shirt.
It's a gift,
Your
and I'm
family
wearing
was
it.
there, and that counts.
I'll take. It's just whatever it
Yeah.
is. Say, go ahead.
For those not watching,
Go ahead and post.
Those not watching on the Twitch or the YouTube, it's the iconic, the Red Rocks, the view, and a Yeti playing the guitar. Which
Is that what it is?
I think that's that's like Bigfoot.
All right.
That's pretty cool. He's got
He did a show there.
cowboy hat on too. Yeah, he opened for Isbell. I was there. Yeah.
Chad DeDominicis coming up at 4. We'll talk Sabres. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet when everyday life gets lets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. To all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster. Oh, roller coaster.
All right, off and rolling here on a very hot Monday in Western New York. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, everything's in place. I've got my water, my other drink, my notebook. Last thing written in the notebook, it's only used for work, Lydell Mitchell. The name Lydell Mitchell from Friday's show. Bulldog went on a Lydell Mitchell run.
That did come up at the golf course on Saturday. I couldn't remember, honestly, what I said. Was I going to use it when I was excited? Like I hit a good shot and I'm going to yell, Lydell Mitchell!
Yeah, just anything. Just get it out there.
But one of the starters over there at Delaware Park heard that and was wondering, has there been any mention of Lydell Mitchell so far today? And
I'll be happy when I hear it on a PGA event as one of the things they yell like mashed potatoes.
Oh, God. Right. It's going to take me going to a PGA event and feeling like I want to be one of those yabos that yells that.
Which, can you imagine a worse existence than being somebody who would yell anything at a golf event?
No.
I can't either.
No.
I was only able to listen to the final round yesterday on my drive home. Didn't see it, but it was probably pretty, tough to watch or interesting.
I mean, you had a little of everything there. I mean, even Henley chips in from the fringe. Like, it looks like he's dead in the water, but he makes this miraculous chip from, 65 feet or so. Maybe it wasn't that far, but whatever. He chipped in, and so he's now, if everybody misses, he's got to look at being in a three-man playoff with Bradley and Fleetwood. If you were really rooting for Fleetwood, then it had to be tough, I think, to watch. But Bradley made shots. I mean, he got within 6 feet or 5 feet from out in the fairway with his second on 18, so credit to him. It's not like it was just a gift.
No, it sounded like a choke, though.
But Fleetwood, he bogeyed 17 and 18, I think, is what he did. So it was tough for him. But I'm having a hard time with this Bradley.
Really?
He's the captain of the Ryder Cup team, and so now he's sort of become this sort of Captain America persona, and everybody's like chanting, USA, USA. He's walking up the fairway, and I don't know. Nothing. I don't really know. It's not a guy that I've ever had a real strong opinion about either way. He's a big guy, so I give him credit for keeping a golf swing together. There's a lot of elbows and knees in there for a guy that size, and he manages to pull it off, obviously well enough. But I'm just him being positioned as this. If Captain America is just a bit of a struggle for me. I don't know. He's leaning into it, though. I mean, he's super pumped up and excited, and I don't know. Now there's talk about him actually playing. He had said, he was going to be a non-playing captain, but now that he won a tournament, it's like the door's open. Like, maybe I'm one of the best choices.
I think of the Ryder Cup captain being someone much older than he is usually. He's 39. Isn't it somebody like Crenshaw was? Where
right.
Like you're kind of done.
Where there's no question about the guy playing, really.
Yeah, you're kind of done as a player. Davis Love was this, I think. Other guys just like it's kind of over. Their careers are kind of over.
Yeah.
This guy's 39, and he's the. Are we out of ideas? I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
We always lose the Ryder Cup. Maybe somebody thought, let's change it up.
Yeah.
Get somebody younger. We can maybe try someone from the junior ranks. Next time, if this one doesn't go well.
Right.
Ryder Cup is at Bethpage.
Right.
Be pretty cool. Yes.
And that's this fall. That's this year.
This fall.
Right.
Henley, by the way, so he loses by 1. Did you see the thing about him and the penalty stroke?
Yes, on Saturday.
On Friday.
Oh, Friday
I think it was.
Yeah, you're right. Nance said it yesterday. Was Nance? Was it CBS? Yeah. Nance said it yesterday and then corrected himself.
Oh.
He said yesterday and then said, no, wait, I misspoke. It was Friday. Anyway, so
Did Nance have anything to say about whether Russell Henley's window is still open?
I didn't catch it.
Yes, so I guess like nobody saw it.
Right.
It wasn't one of those that TV noticed or who knows what somebody on their, rocking chair can see and call in. That's happened in golf. But he said as he was taking the club back, his ball moved. And he hit it on the green, and he might have thought, like, he didn't look at it that way. He wasn't sure, no one was sure whether anybody would have noticed it. But he said, he just penalized himself 1 stroke, and he lost by 1.
Yeah.
That's a penalty? Should be harder.
I guess.
It should be the other way. If the ball moves while you're swinging the club, and you can still stick it, give him extra credit.
This happened to me yesterday. It was really windy when we were starting our round. We played out in Eden Valley at Eden Valley Golf Club yesterday, Owen and I had a little chip line, like a little uphill on the edge of the green kind of shot. And it was really, really windy enough that, like, I was taking my hat off and handing it to my son to hold while I was hitting ball because my hat's going to blow off. It's going to distract you. I'm waiting to chip. But before I hit it, it rolled a little. And I didn't know about this thing with Henley at the time. Mm-hmm. I went to hit it. I stopped and the ball moved. And then I hit it.
I don't know if that's a penalty.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know at the time that it would be considered a penalty.
It might have changed too, but I'm thinking of like British Open championships where like if you ground the putter, the ball is on the green, you ground the putter, and the ball moves. Like maybe that counts.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me that one, but
anyway.
He gave himself a penalty that maybe no one else detected.
I think when you are playing golf on TV, even if you feel like you're in some remote area of the course and no one is going to see you do something, I think that you should want to do it anyway, right? It's an honest gentleman's game, and like I know the rules, and this is a violation, so I'm going to report it. I think when the TV cameras, no matter where you are, I think you just have to, because if you get outed later, that's bad. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do then? I didn't even notice that it moved.
You can't get it. No one's going to believe that.
No one's going to buy that.
That's right.
So you really have to, I think, police yourself because you risk your reputation getting really damaged.
The NHL draft is this weekend. We'll talk about it with Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo after the update. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Is NHL Draft Week, and teams are already off to the races as they begin to reform their rosters. The Philadelphia Flyers have officially acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 26th draft. Round 1 is going to begin this Friday at 7 p.m., and our coverage right here on WGR is presented by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce Shore Border Attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. We'll get more on the draft this week as Sabres General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin are expected to meet with the media tomorrow at 11 a.m., their pre-draft availability, and it will be carried right here on WGR, so stay tuned for that. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night in a Game 7 win for Oklahoma City. That is the organization's first NBA title. We also had viewership numbers come in earlier this hour. Over 16 million watched Game 7. That is the most viewed NBA Finals game since 2019. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander takes home the Finals MVP, adding to his already very decorated 2025 season as he takes home the regular season MVP, the scoring title, and the Western Conference Finals MVP as well. And we do have confirmation that Pacers guard Tyrese Hallebertton did in fact suffer a torn right Achilles. Halliburton suffered this less than 10 minutes into Game 7. Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard also suffered Achilles tears in these playoffs. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Wow.
It's Mike Schopp. And the Bulldog. It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Damn! On WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, you have people who... I'm sort of this guy. Oh, the NHL draft is this week. Who are some names? Tell me some names. Where are they from? Position, size, you know? Mm-hmm. Give me... we talked to Scott Wheeler last week, and he mentioned somebody that sounded like somebody you would hate if he played for, like, Boston. Sounds perfect, you know? So the Sabres make this easy. I only go to, like, their pick, usually, with interest in the NHL draft, which is often Bulldog, very early. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of names to have to memorize. Right. Expected Buffalo, like I'm looking at Chad's Twitter today. Here are some options for the Sabres in the 5th round. Like, now we're talking.
They're digging in. Yeah.
Now we are talking.
No joke over there.
No, that's serious stuff. Chad DeDominicis is with us now on the West Her hotline. I mean, Chad, I imagine I'm just really scratching the proverbial surface here with regard to your draft coverage.
Yeah. Austin does a great job. He's our draft guy. Like, it's insane what he gets into. He rolls every single round. It's around round 5. But, like, even, like, when I read his 7th round one, I'm like, dude, what? Like, how do you know this much about these guys? Like, it's insane. But, yeah, he does a great job. Like, you'll fully know a bunch of guys that may never play in the NHL, but after he tells you about them, you'll be like, yeah, we should definitely get that guy in the 5th round.
I love that. I mean, this is going to sound trite, but it's so great to know things. I mean, it's cool to have that kind of depth of knowledge. The thing about the hockey draft, and I don't need to tell you this, is the odds of players picked so late being, any kind of NHL players, let alone good ones, and somebody will always say to that, well, it happens. I mean, Zetterberg happens. There are guys. Right. So I guess it's worth doing, but football is so much easier, I think, to latch onto because you have positional needs and, I guess it's just going to be much better odds that in football's case, day 3 pick will make the league.
Yeah, and I mean, people, they watch college football. I don't think anybody's watching, Tier 2 Sweden hockey to get a glimpse of somebody's kids.
Right. And age is a factor there, too. I mean, you're talking about, just your kid. They're kids. They're still drafting kids, and you just don't know what's going to happen between ages 18 and 22, let alone beyond that. So there's a lot to work with there. What kind of value do you think pick 9 has, Chad? We've not spent a lot of time in here pondering the idea of the Sabres trading that pick for something. I know it's been a popular sentiment year over year, and it may be peaking this year. Like, it's time to not just draft an 18-year-old and, use the pick for something else. But to me, I did say last week, briefly, we talked about it, I feel like it's probably a sweetener in a bigger deal, if anything, because I don't think 9 is getting you a player that you're going to be excited about. Like, of an NHL player already, I mean.
Yeah, it's the thing I always go back to is if you look at history, there's it just doesn't happen. I think when I wrote my article about it the other day, I think it was in the last decade, there's been 3 trades for significant, at least, roster players back. So it just doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. And the last one was like DeBrincat. The one before that was like 7 years ago. So yeah, it doesn't happen. And it's hard to say, because if you'd asked me this like a month ago, I'd have been like, I don't know, probably not a ton. But we're the week of the draft, and then you're hearing all of this stuff where it's like, yeah, I mean, 9 could be in play, but then Utah maybe wants to move their pick at 4, Nashville at 5, and then, to Chicago at 3, and you get all that, and then, like, you get to pick 25, and you're like, there hasn't been a single trade. So it's really hard to say at this point, really what teams want to do. And the thing is, too, this is I know Frondell recently is, Session 32 Thoughts is getting some push for number 2, but I still think that Schaefer and Misa are your top 2, and then you start to kind of drift off into a different level from there. So really outside the top, 5 to 8, maybe you make us say 5 to 10. I don't think there's, a lot of high quality after that, which then can reduce teams trying to get up to that spot and get those players if the class isn't that great. But then you have the James Hagan thing, the rumors with the Islanders, that seems to be real. They're trying to really get up, and get him, the Long Island kid, to make it a whole story thing. And you didn't think he could drop to 9 as of a month ago, but now you're seeing mocks where he's dropping to 9 and 10, and you're like, well, maybe it can get there. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Sure, could it be there? Yes. Could they use it as a piece? Absolutely, as a component to make a bigger deal. But it's hard for me to get too excited about it because it just never happens. Yeah,
I mean, it's that for me too. Teams are afraid, even in football. Teams are afraid to trade their first-round picks. I mean, it's like why they're there. Literally this year in the NFL, we got to the day of the draft and not a single first-round pick had been traded yet, which, I mean, that's unusual, but I think they're afraid to do it. And, of course, Chad, the Sabres are not the exact perfect idea of a team that should be looking to trade its best draft asset because they're not good enough. They're not, quote, win now. But maybe they are, right? Only win means make the playoffs. I think maybe they are thinking in terms of win now with that sort of lower standard. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. It's hard for me to. We had a fun conversation with a couple of Sabres Twitter people yesterday going around about for certain trades, would you take maybe a futures thing? And then it's well, I would, but do they think that? And it's really hard to understand where they are. 'Cause it's, on one hand, you're like, well, Kevin Adams, this has to be the year. This is his last chance. And then you think about it, well, he's actually, probably safe, to be honest, because Terry Pegula loves him and he's bringing in new guys. And it's really hard to get a sense of direction of where they want to go. I think, of course, they want to be a playoff team, and I think that's the message they have to send players. But I still think if you get an offer that makes sense, that is for quote-unquote futures, maybe like a 21-year-old defenseman or something like that, I still think you consider if it's the best offer you have there, you just got to sell it properly. But I don't know. It's hard to really get a gauge, to be honest, on what they want to do. And really nothing would surprise me in terms of, a type of trade that we get back, pushing all in for a playoff team or something that involves more futures than help now.
Right. And what they think they're accomplishing and what we all out here think they're accomplishing may be different things. I'm sorry. I'm still thinking of the famous clip of Terry Pegula through the closed door in an in-house PSE-produced piece talking about Taylor Hall. We're a cup contender now. And I don't know. Did anyone out here think that they were a cup contender because they signed Taylor Hall? I didn't. I thought it was a cool thing, a cool shot to take, but it didn't turn your franchise around. And certainly the results speak for themselves, but even at the time, thought, whoa.
You're saying he made a misjudgment?
Just a slight one, yeah. So I don't know, man. Like, what do you think? You know, what you just said, Chad, about the trading the draft pick itself, sort of can be extended to the entire week here. Like the business of the NHL and trades leading into the deadline or the draft or free agency. We often get this sort of buildup like, oh, I'm telling you, it's going to be a swap meet out there. The cap, this, that, teams that are crunched and whatever. And I just feel like it almost never lives up to it. So how busy are you bracing for or expecting bracing connotes negativity? I don't mean to cloak it that way. Do you think they'll be busy this week, the Sabres?
Yeah, I think they'll get a couple of things done. I do know they want, the Byram thing, I think will be done. I would anticipate probably this weekend, but definitely by the 1st of July, because they don't want that to get to offer sheet land. That limits your possibility of making a trade. So I think they're going to make sure that's done before that can even be a possibility for them. So I think
Chad,
Byron for sure probably happens.
Sorry, done how? Like signed or moved?
Oh, moved. No.
Okay.
Moved. Yeah,
okay.
I would
Thanks.
be stunned if he signed. I think for sure he's moved.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be shocked. And then beyond that, it's do they get a restricted free agent done? Do they pull off some other trade? I know there's a lot of Paterka stuff out there. Every time I check in on that, it just seems like that is not what it's made out to be in terms of a trade.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he goes. I don't know. But every time I check in, the answer is nope. We're just nothing really going on. Just talking contracts. So, we'll see where that goes. But I do think that they'll be active. I keep telling people my gut belief is they want to do something. I think that, I don't know if catches attention is the word, but at least it's significant enough where it's not just it's not a Ryan McLeod trade. It's
right.
Something that the people in the league talk about maybe for the day. Like, oh, Buffalo guy. Maybe like the Zegras thing in a sense is kind of like something for a day we'll talk about, with getting that type of player. Something that catches some league attention.
Yeah. Do you feel like any opportunity was missed there on Zegras?
I don't. I'm not a big Zegras guy. I just don't think he's a fit for what they want to do anyways. He is more of an offensively focused player. If they were going to bring him in to play wing, maybe I could listen to it, but my fear is they would try to make him a center, and I already have enough question marks there. I don't need another one.
Right.
The price was low, but, I would hope they have something bigger going on than that.
Trevor Zegras traded today by Anaheim to Philadelphia. Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline. Yeah, I had to jump in there. I got scared with Byram.
It'll be done, right?
Like, wait a minute, what?
Right. What do you think his value is? Does he and 9, maybe I mentioned 9 as a sweetener, Chad, do you think Byram and 9 get you what? A partner for Owen Power, a top 6 winger, or is that too rich?
No, I think there's definitely interest in him. I think there's some value there that they have to make sure that they cash in on for sure. I think teams think that he's a better player than he is. Like, someone's going to get him to be our first pair defenseman, and all the power in the world to him. I mean, you never know. Situationally, system, maybe it works out, but I'm glad the Sabres aren't going to go that route. But yeah, I think there's value there that they should get. They should get decent assets out of it. They should get something that is a decent return people are happy about. Now, if it's like I said, if it's pure hypothetical, like if you get like Wallander and a first round pick back from Vancouver, people are going to be like, what are they doing? They got a 20-year-old and a first round pick and another one, but. You have to have a front office that's savvy enough to go, okay, I have 2 first-round picks. Now I can maybe use one of those to get something else. And so I think it depends on the return, but if something like that comes back, I think I'd be fine with that. And really, I don't think we're going to be disappointed in a Byram deal. I think at the end of the day, they did pretty good there, knowing the player that we know him. So, yeah, I'm not really nervous about that trade.
Where are you, Chad, as somebody that follows the Sabres and cares about them, follows them closely and cares about them so much, on the never-ending discourse about players on the team wanting to actually be on the team? That, the Paterka stuff might revolve around, does he want to leave? We've had this with Alex Tuck. We've had this with, obviously, good to great players over the years many, many times with the Sabres. Like, how do you sort of process that? What do you think when you hear people talk about that? I mean, is it fair? Is it overrated? I don't know. I wonder what you think about that topic.
I think it's a mix. Like I think it's fair on the end of players themselves being upset with the situation that they're in. And I think that's part of Peterka's thing is not only does he want to, it's not so much he doesn't want to be in Buffalo. I think he wants to get paid fairly, and he also has some concerns about the direction of the team. And those are fair concerns. And again, I don't think it led to a point where he's asked to be moved or, wants out. I don't think we're there yet. But I think overall, yeah, I get it. I'm in the spot where, like, a guy like Peterka, or even Darlene, if he came to you and said he wants to move, like, well, tough luck, man. Like, you signed a contract at this point. Like, I think you got to start pushing back on some people. I think if you're just letting everybody who comes to you and says, well, I'm unhappy, okay, we'll move you, like, you're setting a bad precedent. You have to push back a little bit. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why they're not so keen on trading Peterka. Well, yeah, you might be happy. Well, I don't know, man. You got 4 years until you're unrestricted free agent, so I don't know. What are you going to do? Not go get an offer sheet, please, because we're just going to match it. So it's, he's kind of in a tough spot for where he is. But that'd be my mindset. Like, if you have guys come to you that are asking to be moved, unless they're like a year away from walking away, like, I don't know. My pushback would be, tough luck. You signed a contract. We're trying to make the team better. Hopefully it works out.
Yeah, I kind of got to that at one point last week, Chad, because I do think is more thinking about Tuck even. And not that, look, I don't know what kind of, well, I certainly don't know how you feel about it, but let's talk about it. Alarm bells went off for me when he talked on Locker Cleanout. Because, he did say the things about liking it here and liking the group and all this sort of stuff. But when it came time to talk about, and was asked about a contract, it was, I haven't thought about it at all. I got to talk to my wife. And that just sounds like someone's, a running back stiff-arming a defensive back. I don't want to talk about this because you're not going to like what I really have to say about it. And so I don't have to be right about that. That was just my read. That just sort of set me off on, oh my gosh, if the face of I want to be here for the turnaround says I don't want to do this anymore, that could be really tough. And I ended up at both he and Peterka, I think they should do what you just said, which is we're just going to run it. We're going to run it this year, and we'll see what happens. If we make the right moves in the summer and we can get to the playoffs, maybe everybody wants to stick around a little bit longer, and it doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world. But because you can't just keep trading every good player when they're close to being able to leave you.
Yeah, I agree. Well, if it makes you feel better, the Tuck thing, I think that he would be open to staying, and I think I even told you recently or somebody, I forgot some interview I did that I wouldn't be surprised if they get something done this summer. It really wouldn't shock me. So, yeah, I get it when in the moment you hear that, you're like, oh, God, especially for what we've been through. But,
yeah, there is scar tissue that causes that reaction, yeah.
I think ultimately, he would be open to staying here if they can meet the right terms. But overall, yeah, I agree. I think you just have to be like, you know what, we're pushing in this year. I get it. You're unhappy. We're going to try to prove it to you. Get on board. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. You signed a contract.
You've been sharing trade ideas through the last couple of weeks here with the draft coming up. Do you have a favorite? I see Rossi's name a lot.
Yeah. No, I really, that's weird because this year, Robertson was my favorite, but that seems to be off the board now.
Yeah.
So I don't really have one, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of a weird spot for me. But yeah, Rossi makes sense. They need another centerman. Ideally, we were talking about playoffs here, and what real playoff team is going to go into the season with a 21-year-old first-line center and a 20-year-old first-line winger, in Benson and Cooley. As much as we all love them, that's, come on. So they could use a center. I think the contract ask might be a little scary to them. That's just me guessing. The 7x7 or whatever he's reported to be asking for. I don't know if they really want to do a long term on anybody, but maybe he switches teams and he's open to short term. I don't know. But as an idea, I'd be open to it. But yeah, there's not really anybody that I'm crazy about. There's a couple of guys that I like. There's interesting ideas that really you can pull off of any team. It feels like this year is a hard year to get a grasp of what teams are really going to do. You hear a lot of names from the big media guys. And then, you read articles, some of the local guys maybe a little more in touch, and you're like, nah, I don't think they really want to move that guy. And you're like, okay, well, I don't know who's getting traded then. We'll just see. It's classic NHL where, all these guys are on there, and, 4 of them actually move, if that.
Right. I think I read Rossi, maybe even at your place, Chad, wants to get somewhere where he can be a number one center. And I don't know, is that
Scared me too. Yeah.
Is that right? I mean, does that line up? Like wasn't he playing at the bottom of the lineup by the end of the year for Minnesota?
Yeah, that's why he's mad, because they put him in the fourth line player in the playoffs. Yeah, when I saw that, I was kind of like, oh, like if he wants to be first line center, I don't know if he's that.
Right.
It reminds me a little bit of Natchez. Like he doesn't want to stay in Colorado. He's unhappy because he wants to be a first line center, and it's like, buddy, there's like 3 teams I've now told you that you are a winger. Like just accept it, you know?
Right.
Like, so yeah, when I hear that kind of thing, it kind of like gives me some hesitation. But I don't know, maybe like you trade for him and he sees he has Josh Norris and Kulik ahead of him. So in his head, he's like, oh, I could be a top-line center here because Norris only plays 20 games a year and Kulik is 21, and, you can make that work.
Let's end on Norris, Chad. What are your expectations? Is it too hard to say with the injury risk with him and how his Sabres career has started?
Yeah, basically. I mean, if he plays, I think you have a decent player there, but if he plays is the thing. And the other part of it that really has really bothered me from day one when they made it. Like, he's a little bit better of a defensive player than Cousins. Like that's fair. But it's the stylistic similarity to a lot of the players of him being a straight finisher, and there is just not any like playmaking ability there. Like his primary assist per hour, like the last couple of years, is like near the little bottom of the league. I think I saw a tweet where Ryan Reeves had like a higher primary assist per hour rate than Norris had at 5-on-5. So yeah, like, you have a lot of finishers on your team, and then you added another one, and oh, by the way, he now makes more than Cousins, and he's signed for like 5 or 6 years. It's like, and then you have the injury stuff. So yeah, I mean, if he plays, I think you have a decent player there. It just increases the need to get some sort of playmaking player in there that can distribute the puck to all these guys that finish. But at the same time, like, they score these goals every single year, so maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. But logically, you would think they need some sort of puck distributor in the top 6.
I know Mike said we'd finish on that, but I want to squeeze in, I hope it's not too long a response. What's your idea in goal?
I mean, what they'll probably do is just go with what they have and Levi and Luukkonen. I don't love it, but I don't. At the same time, like
I can't find a better idea.
Exactly. That is the exact answer. That's the best way to put it. I can't find a better idea that's reasonable and realistic.
We need to find somebody who can find a better idea. If we can't find a better idea, we need to find somebody who can. No offense to you both. Thank you, Chad. Well, it should be an interesting week. Let's hope anyway.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we get some fun stuff to talk about.
Let's go. Thanks for your time.
All right, thanks, guys.
Chad DeDominicis from the great Expected Buffalo. He's the founder. I have thoughts.
Good. It's only Monday at 4:30. We got time.
I've got thoughts about like the direction of the franchise, if that's not like too wide-ranging. 803-0550 if you do too. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Back after the update. This is WGR.
NHL draft week and teams already getting underway reshaping their organizations. The Philadelphia Flyers have officially acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 26th draft. Round 1 is going to begin this Friday at 7 p.m. We'll get more on the draft as Sabres general manager Kevin Adams and assistant GM Jerry Fortin are expected to meet with the media tomorrow at 11 for their pre-draft availability. We will be carrying that right here on WGR. So do stay tuned for that. The NBA wrapped up last night with a Game 7 win for the OKC Thunder. That is the organization's first NBA title. We had ratings numbers come in. Over 16 million watched Game 7. That is the most viewed NBA Finals game since 2019. And we did get confirmation today that Pacers guard Tyrese Hallebertton did suffer a torn right Achilles. Hallebertton suffered that injury less than 10 minutes into Game 7. Does put next year into jeopardy for him. And he joins Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard, having suffered the same injuries in these playoffs. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I'm in the spot where, like, a guy like Peterka, or even Darlene, if he came to you and said he wants to move, like, well, man, tough luck, man. Like, you signed a contract at this point. Like, I think you got to start pushing back. If you're just letting everybody who comes to you and says, well, I'm unhappy, okay, we'll move you. Like, you're setting a bad precedent. You have to push back a little bit. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why they're not so keen on trading Peterka. Well, yeah, you might be happy. Well, I don't know, man. You got 4 years until you're unrestricted free agent. So, I don't know. What are you going to do? Go get an offer sheet, please, because we're just going to match it.
Chad DeDominicis just before with us, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, Chad of expected Buffalo. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, I don't know that I've really gotten to a point where it's come up in here with you, but I was on with Sal last week. I don't remember what day, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day it was, and I said it with him. I'm like, at some point, I think you just have to stop giving in all the time. Sure, guys could end up leaving you for nothing, but you're kind of spinning your wheels here. So you could regret it. It's something they haven't tried. Really, they have mostly, well, at least unless we don't know about it. We usually know if a guy is unhappy. And across the line, it's just, okay, you want to go now? Go. We don't want you if you don't want us, kind of thing. And I get that. You don't want to have rotten apples in the locker room that are miserable, that are, it's going to drag everybody down. But they've been carrying this, the room is great. Everyone that's here loves it. They love the guys. They love the chemistry. Really tight group. And it hasn't gotten them anywhere. So I don't know. Maybe some dissension could be healthy for them. I don't know. I'm exaggerating here just to make the point. It's a thing they haven't tried. Just sort of standing firm. No. We have your rights. You have really the only leverage you have is, I'm unhappy. I'll resist the urge to put on a voice for that. I'm unhappy. You're unhappy. Too bad. You're a pro hockey player. You're ours. We're going to figure this out.
Are you thinking of examples that are post-Eichel?
Not really. I feel like that's the last time we had this, I think.
That's how I see it. And guys like Kyle Oposo, these players at Skinner that have left since, they weren't even good enough to be that relevant.
Yeah, they weren't
the
forcing their
storyline
way out. Right.
No, right. The storyline was never they want to leave. Unless there's somebody I'm forgetting. But it's been a few years, is what I'm saying, since they were living that way. And when that all happened, Reinhart and Eichel were close enough together. O'Reilly before them.
Yes.
That's all like sort of, eventually it's Adams taking over and trying to stay above water, trying to move players, stars that he felt like he had to move, which I would agree with, and make the best of it. And he really, I guess Levi will determine the Reinhart trade's fate, mostly, but it could have gone worse is all. I think, in how that all went down. So now you're a few years later, and even with the Adams, the unfortunate press conference and, players wanting to play for the Sabres, it's not so like right now. It doesn't have to be right now so the world we're living in, so the big obstacle, the desire of the players on your team or even guys outside. So, I mean, yeah, I think you can push back. I just don't think it's necessary. I don't think they're drowning from nobody wants to be on the team. You know, I just don't see it quite being that bad. And if I'm them, I know, would I do any worse is what you're thinking when you're driving around. Like you wish I was they. I think it's not ideal, just to put it mildly, when you're a team in their position, like in the standings, and you're looking at the upcoming your assets. It's like we've got to get better right now, because that's what a team like. I mean, I want to say like Toronto, but they're already so good. The teams I'm thinking of are already so good. Some team that's just like they made the playoffs this year. They made a move. Ottawa, or even better team than Ottawa, is like, okay, this is the moment. It's been more than a decade since the Sabres have been in that chair. But this is the moment where we trade our picks, we trade our top prospect, and we get better. And that move, fans love it, especially when you're like an Ottawa or a Buffalo or a team that like almost never seems to do it and has never won a championship. So that's hot. And it would send a jolt through your players. And that's how you save Tuck and Peterka if they need saving.
Right.
So, and your fan base. The messaging is always just like, it always is at best, like it stops short from the Sabres. They just don't message at all, or just like, they're just invisible. If I were they and I intended, the play was to trade that 9th pick and to get more serious on the ice this year, everybody would know it. My players would know it. I mean, I'd have to sell it. I don't know if Adams can sell it, or even if he plans to do it. But everybody would know it. If you have a team on this drought, and what you're really thinking is, we're not good enough to trade our top 10 draft pick for somebody who's 29, or say, like we're not good enough to do that. It's not the right moment yet. If that was what your thinking was, you would not want to promote that. Like, the fans will hate that.
Right.
You can't, really sell that right now.
Nobody wants to hear a speech about replenishing the system.
No, but it's not that it doesn't make sense.
No,
but it just doesn't apply.
It's kind of warranted. They're not what they were even 3 years ago. Guys have graduated, and the shine is off some of the guys. We talked with Wheeler on last week, Scott Wheeler from The Athletic. Like Roseanne was 2 years ago, like, oh, that's a shiny object in your system. And now there's questions about, how did he phrase it? Is he a quadruple A, 4A player, right? Just not gonna graduate to being a top line offensive player in the NHL. He's in the AHL. He is that. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That happens as guys get older. It's one of the reasons why, to me, you're picking, you don't know if you're going to pick right, but you trade away Matt Savoy, because who knows? You got 5 of these guys. They're all not going to hit. If they do, you probably don't have room for them all anyway, and max out on their value now before they end up, turning into guys that look like they might project as 4A players. So you get, they're not great organizationally right now, but I still would trade the pick. It's 14 years. You got to do something else. And the whole draft develop, sign model is taking body blows from the Florida Panthers, who had exactly 3 players that they drafted on the back-to-back cup-winning roster. 3 players that they drafted.
Well, maybe Adams would tell you that's their advantage.
Sure.
Because they are a destination now. Maybe they just recently became one, but that's you're not wrong. Of course.
I think they did. I think when Tkachuk decided to go there from Calgary, right? He wanted out of Calgary. I'm not signing an extension in Calgary. I want to go somewhere else. And him choosing there changed that entire franchise. The Sabres need their Matthew Tkachuk moment. Like, they need a guy that is credible and impactful enough on the ice, off the ice, in the room. Like, the fans need it, the room needs it, the organization needs it, and it's hard to find. That's a high bar, right? Making trades, making moves, getting bottom six guys and third pair guys. Okay, it's a little bit painting by numbers. No, it's harder than that, but it's really, as far as GMing goes, you can do that job. This is the tree. You got to find the right guy, sell them on the idea of coming here. If they have protection, waive it, and we're going to make this thing sing. Because this is a market that should be ready to blast off if we ever get good. But you got to find that guy.
I don't know how you sell it, though.
To the guy?
The team is just too sad.
Yeah.
Like the building is sad. The whole thing is just sad. So how do you convince somebody that this is actually where they should want to be? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe if they're from here, you could do it. I don't know. I don't know how you sell that. But that's what the job is. Yeah, like, it's nice if you're a GM and you find out that Matthew Tkachuk wants to play for your team. And so you just have to figure out how to get him. But
right.
He's going to wait for you to get him. Like that, you want him back. You want him too.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to figure out the deal. Reminds me actually of Jim Boeheim once. I remember being at I've said this before. I don't have very many Jim Boeheim stories, but I've got one or two. And I was at a luncheon with him once many years ago, and we were talking about recruiting. And, he said what you would expect a coach to say about the rigors of it, the rules and everything. Mm-hmm. And it's different now, but still, like, you're trying to find somebody that wants to go to Syracuse. And they had a great tradition, so it wasn't like the hardest selling point school or anything, but still, like, not everybody wants to go there when they can go, anywhere.
Right.
And he's like, so there are efforts you make and it doesn't work out because there's only so much I can offer as Syracuse. But then one day I'm sitting in my office and somebody knocked at the door and I opened it. It was Ronnie Cycli. And he said, I want to play here. There was no recruiting. Ronnie Cycli, this is the 80s now, but was this Greek god who just showed up at Boeheim's office. And I'm Ronnie Cycli, I want to play for you. Like, okay. That's Tkachuk. Yeah, that's what I'm going for here.
We can make that work.
We can find room for you. Yeah. And then they're in the national championship game.
Right.
So nice if you're lucky enough to have somebody knock on your door and want to rescue the Sabres.
Yep.
If there's some,
that's one of the reasons why. And look, it's not. I want to say this, but I want to make sure it's clear that it's not bankable. I'm in no way predicting it, but one of the most impressive things about Kekalainen being brought in as an advisor is that he did this with Columbus with Johnny Gaudreau. Now, that it didn't get to, his life got cut short tragically, so you didn't get to see it in full bloom, but he pulled that off. And we've talked about it a few times. Paul brings it up too. That was not on the radar at all. It's still even kind of shocking that it happened. That he'd go anywhere he wants, and he chose there. That's the kind of thing you're going to need. That you need someone, because that was prime of his career, just excellent player, just check every box, and he chose to go there. Boy, who is that guy out there? I don't know who it is. I mean, I can give you all the list of reasons why it won't be this guy or that guy. They all center on what I feel about the Sabres organization right now. But I don't know what those guys feel about the organization. I assume they feel, worse than me even, because they probably know a lot of stuff that we don't know.
Well, they've got to, I don't know if this is even within their potential, but I would be just trying to find anybody that meets certain criteria, not just the quality of the player, but personality types. What would make this better? Like the room, all the kinds of things. How serious is the guy? Do we need seriousness? How sort of loose is the guy? Do we need loose? Mm-hmm. Whatever. And I don't know if that's within the potential of the Sabres to sort of comprehensively maybe it is. Maybe all teams do try to do this, but figuring out that right fit. So you check multiple boxes at once if you are able to find quality, and that makes the guys you have that are fuzzy feel better. Like, all right, well, that's a serious move. The Sabres just have not made hardly any moves, year to year. That's been its own problem, right? They sit still when they go and lose 13 games in a row and nothing really changes until they finally win. And the season's kind of killed already by that. So yeah. I don't know who it is either, but I feel like in a vacuum, it's not a team that should be trading a top 10 draft pick. Like they need more good players, even if it means 2 or 3 years away. Because, you want this to last more than 1 year, whatever it is. So that doesn't feel right, but they just don't have the luxury. I would call it a luxury of, considering that option seriously. It's just the whole reputation of this thing is just so shot. Out here, I think it is, that you got to bring it back to life somehow. Somebody has to bring it back to life sometime. The guy that was supposed to, the Ronnie Cycli in the Sabres example is actually named Terry Pagula. He's the one who was supposed to, that's how it was sold, by him. I'm coming in and we're not going to, cut corners anymore. And this is a serious team now. Kind of went the wrong way. Yeah. Went the other way, eventually. 803-0550 for your thoughts. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. Not a lot, but there's always something. And I've got a couple of thoughts that are sort of about the Bills.
Okay.
For later, maybe as soon as the top of the hour. I mean, talking about the Sabres and, selling it. How did I do right there? Wow. I can't miss that. What's it going to be? Here's Jay with us. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there just seems to be no urgency on Adams to do his job. I mean, I find it hard to believe that he would be a GM at any other NHL team with what he's done here. And if he drafts a player with that pick, he's not doing his job. I mean, all this noise that they want to make moves, they want to do this, they want to do that, and they're drafting somebody that's not going to play on this team for 3 years. And I believe Paul said it about a week ago. If something doesn't change, there's going to be a mass exodus out of here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fans don't even want to support this team. Can you imagine having to play here if nothing happens? I mean, it doesn't look promising, guys. And that's just my take.
Okay. Thanks, Jay.
I definitely feel you. I am, despite there being an organizational need to replenish high-end draft picks and make the system flush again, I'm as open as I've ever been to them trading a pick. I just don't know that you're going to be able to find a deal. If the draft isn't great and that impacts the value of the pick, I mean, you want to just trade it to trade it? I don't think I want to do that. You want to make a deal, you got to find something that you believe in that you think can help you, that pick can be of value to you to help get done. And that's not exactly threading a needle, but it is also not, it's not a basketball hoop either that you're shooting at. It's a moving target, and I don't think it's that big. So I think it's hard. I just don't think the pick has on its own. You need to find a way to package it up, and a team has to, give you something you want or need back, and I just don't think it's that easy.
What's interesting and not a good thing about the fans, I think right now, is that I think they're just sort of like kind of shot. I think fans are just. I mean, if I want to ask for the purposes of co-hosting a talk show, well, what would you do? And fans are not going to have encyclopedic knowledge of everybody's roster. But, just philosophically, what would you do? And, I don't know. What answer do we get? Here's one guy. It's easy for him. You got to trade the pick. And, you also rightly say, well, we don't know the value of this pick necessarily. Like, if people don't like everything you just said, if people don't like the draft, and maybe they think you're sort of in a vulnerable position being the Sabres, that you kind of have to do something that in a vacuum you wouldn't do, then, you might expect to do badly in a trade.
I think the rest of the league, I'm sure, has noticed, not that everyone's going to knee-jerk and turn to the Florida model, because there are certain advantages that they enjoy, but draft, develop, and resign has gotten kicked in the groin here. And so you're trying to use a 9th overall draft pick as an asset in a league where the team that just won the Cup twice in a row had 3 players they drafted on it. Again, not everybody can pull off what Florida has pulled off, but it could be like a turning of the tide to some extent in how business is done. At least teams that are trying to win championships. And so I just don't think it's that easy. That said, this is not a sympathy segment for Kevin Adams. He's got a job and he's got to do the job. And it blows my mind he still has the job right now, but he does. I just don't think it's easy for us to say, trade the pick. What am I turning it into? If I don't make the pick and I could have drafted Zach Benson again, yes, you're going to have to wait for that to happen. And we're still waiting for Zach Benson to really happen. He had 29 points last year. But you're getting something that can grow. But we're tired of growing because the plant, we don't water it enough. The plant always dies. So you want to get something that's already stable and ready-made, but I don't think 9 gets you that on its own anyways.
28 points.
28, sorry. Thank you. All right.
If it was more, I wouldn't have said it. But if it was less, so it's even less than you said by 1. 803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Let's hear your ideas. This is WGR.
Draft week, and teams are already beginning to reshape their rosters for next season as Philadelphia Flyers have officially acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 2026 draft. Round 1, though, will begin this Friday at 7 p.m., and we'll get more on this year's draft. Sabres GM Kevin Adams and assistant GM Jerry Fortin are expected to meet with the media tomorrow at 11 a.m. for their pre-draft availability. We will be carrying that right here on WGR. And our coverage of the NHL Draft is brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joshua Border Attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night as Oklahoma City takes down the Indiana Pacers in a 7-game series. That gives the Thunder their first NBA title. And we do have ratings numbers as well. Over 16 million watched Game 7. That is the most viewed NBA Finals game since 2019. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he continued to add to his trophy case along with the regular season MVP. He added this year's scoring title, the Western Conference Finals MVP, and now the Finals MVP. And then for the Pacers, guard Tyrese Hallebertton did in fact suffer a torn right Achilles. Hallebertton suffered that injury less than 10 minutes into Game 7, and he joins Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard, who also suffered the same injury in these playoffs as well. And then afternoon baseball, starting just after 7 o'clock, the Yankees are in Cincinnati. They take on the Reds, and the Mets, they host the Atlanta Braves. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
You know, I gotta wonder what kind of working relationship you'd have with Satan.
It's Mike Schopp.
I've often wondered that.
Like, well, he, they, I don't know what his pronouns are, or their pronouns. Anyway, Satan.
And the Bulldog.
What's the upside of doing well?
Well, maybe they're too busy making everyone else's life hell.
Oh, boy.
And
wow.
you might just be able to do your own thing if you're partnered with Satan.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They're too busy, making Scott Norwood miss field goals.
Oh, come on.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, it's not what we were talking about just a minute ago, but at the beginning, is this pathetic? A new team won a title. A team that had never won a title, Oklahoma City Thunder. Imagine going back to the 90s and finding out that there's a team called that. And they won a title before us. But anyway, not to condescend, Oklahoma City Thunder wins its first title. And how, just sort of checking in on our not having done that.
Our O for life.
And, like, if you're young, what would Super Bowl 25 being won mean to your sports identity? Would it, if your team, if the Bills won before you were born, or the Sabres, what would that be worth to you?
You'd still want your first championship, I think.
Since in your lifetime,
you'd want your first championship. It wouldn't be the team's, but it would be yours, and that matters just as much. You might appreciate the history. You might want to tell people like me who are telling you how great it was to shut up. Because you weren't born yet, so it doesn't really do anything for me. So I'm still O for. I'm O for life. If I wasn't born in 1990.
O for life.
There might be a marketing opportunity there.
O for life.
O for life. Maybe a fantasy team name.
Like a guy gets called up to the Reds, and he goes like 30 at bats without a hit. He's O for life. He's O forever.
O forever.
Here, Johnny. Johnny needs a knock. He's O for life.
O forever is good.
Stepping in to the box is Sanders. He comes in with a batting average of 0.00 in 17,000 at bats. This guy is due, Johnny. He's due to just poke one out of that, just bloop one into short center. I'm listening to the Bronx Zoo.
Okay.
The 78 Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually narrated by Sparky Lyle. Like, it's the season from his perspective, and he's narrating it. I don't know when this was recorded.
I don't remember. I'm sure I've heard him speak before, but I don't have a recall to know what his voice sounds like, but I think I really like this idea.
So, can you see his face in your mind?
Yes.
He sounds exactly like you'd think.
That's okay. That's why I like this idea.
He sounds exactly like a guy, maybe from the South, with a big mustache would sound.
His name was Sparky.
I'm into it. I'm in early June in this book, and I want to look up. Like, it's basically almost every game. Every chapter is like a different game. It's Sparky Lyle and Peter Golenbach, and I just saw it on my recommended options, and I'm in.
Sparky Lyle reading books to you. What a world we live in.
I played it in the car ride to Albany on Friday night, and my son was listening to something else, and Lyle told this story just real quick, how anytime somebody got a birthday cake on the team, like anybody would have a birthday on the Yankees or any of his teams, it was kind of his thing. If somebody had a birthday, they'd get a cake, and he would sit on it naked before anybody would eat it. And he said he never missed, never once. There was one coach or somebody who loved cake and always tried to beat him could never do it. And so my son's in the back seat. I feel like he's probably asleep, driving to Albany. It's like midnight, and that story comes up in the book, and I hear from the back seat, "What was that?" Dad, what did I just listen to? What are you doing?
I love it.
What are you doing playing this? I'm in the car, you know.
Is this objectionable material for someone my age?
You're not that, Dad.
I love that.
Let's go to Oliver here. Hello.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good. Thank you, Oliver.
I just wanted to call and talk about the NHL draft that's coming up. I've seen a lot of fans talking about how if they don't trade 9, it's going to be a failure, and I just could not disagree more. There's a lot of players that have strong physical abilities that are going to be available at that spot, like Brady Martin, Porter Martone, Victor Eklund to a lesser extent, but he's more of a battler, like motor guy. And I'm in love with Kayshawn Aitchison personally, even though he's a lefty. So if you can go ahead and get a first-line forward, second-line forward, I think 9 should definitely be in play. But the fact that they have to trade the pick, I just don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
Thanks, Oliver. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I would like, if it's standing in the way of making a deal for a partner for Owen Power or a top 6 winger. I don't want to stop short of saying if it's a replacement for J.J. Peterka, because I want to add to J.J. Peterka still being on the team. So I'm going to operate under that premise. Then I think I want to trade the pick, with Byram presumably or whatever else from Rochester that I might have to fill it out with. But if I can't do that, I don't want to just trade it. There are guys in this draft that I think fit needs for the Sabres. Martin from Sault Ste. Marie, he's not from there. That's where I actually don't know where he's from. I know that's where he played junior hockey. On paper, sounds like the sort of forward the Sabres need. Like just decent size, willing to use it, aggravating, antagonistic, talented player. Great. Sign me up. I know it's going to take a while. It's not ideal, but a player like that in your system, provided you get something else right enough this year to end this drought, you're going to be, you could be happy with that. You could be very happy to have that player in your system or someone else. That's just one idea. But that's the one that has jumped out at me. And he should be around. It might even be a little like a pick or two early maybe, but you should be able to get your hands on him. Unless there's a mad rush to guys like that because everyone's watching how the Florida plays, and that is going to be very much in vogue. You hear a lot about, Brian Burke used to say, truculence. You hear a lot about abrasive, edgy sandpaper guys, I think, in this cycle, this offseason, not just the draft, because Florida is dragging the league back that way, and a lot of teams are following.
That's a Cosell word.
Truculence?
Truculent. Yeah, there's an Ali Cosell moment where you seem very truculent. And Ali says something like, well, I don't know what that means, but if it's good, I'm it.
Right.
Here's Jake next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, I wanted to make a comparison between Syracuse football hiring Greg Robinson and the Sabres hiring Kevin Adams as GM. Syracuse football hired Greg Robinson. They were a mediocre program at that point. Pasqualoni was past it. I believe they were 500 when they fired him, and they got blown out by Georgia Tech in a bowl game. I think it was 2004. And, it looked like the program wasn't headed in a good direction, but it could have gone either way. If they hired a good coach, they could have gotten out of that path that they were on, but they didn't. Greg Robinson was hired, and he burned the program to the ground. And when Kevin Adams was hired in the Sabres, I know that they didn't make the playoffs for a while, but this has reached a whole new level of sadness. It's like Bill's drought level despair. He really burned down the franchise. It would take a really talented individual to turn it around, and I don't know. That it's sad.
Too much damage done.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would need what are those? I don't know enough about hockey to know who would be the guy to, the miracle man to come in and just upend the franchise and turn things around. But if hockey has a guy like that, but you would need how Syracuse has Fran Brown now to come in and magically turn things around. I mean, I think you would need a guy like that because, it just all the vibes out of the organization are bad. You don't really see a light at the end of the tunnel. I was listening to the Jeremy and Joe show this morning, and they were saying they wouldn't be mad if the Sabres traded any guy on the team. They're so bad. Why would it matter? It's not like they're a big contributor to winning or anything like that, and that's the state they're in now.
I'm enjoying listening, by the way, to you, Jake, and the child behind you.
That's my son.
Yeah, he's into something else right now.
He made his sports talk radio debut today.
Someday he'll understand. So, thank you, Jake. I mean, the comparison for me is maybe Greg Robinson is like the extreme. I don't know. They're not. How much worse are the Sabres actually right now than when Adams took over? They're just not better. The Adams point for me and maybe for most people is in pro sports, you don't get 6 years to get a team to the middle. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
And he's going into his 6th year, and they've not yet made the middle, which is, the last playoff spot, right? Upper middle. It just hasn't happened. I don't think there's been scorched earth here. They just haven't. He started in a tough spot. He really wasn't necessarily qualified for the job in the first place. A guy called earlier and said, what other team would hire him? What other team would have in the first place?
Right.
That's no disrespect to him, but he didn't sort of pay his dues.
Yeah, he made the owner feel comfortable, and that was really the beginning and the end of it.
And it's still not ended.
Right.
They have not gotten to the playoffs in all these years, and it's still going. So that's how I see it. I think if I owned a sports team, credibility and my passion for it would be paramount. Those would be the most. I know I can't win every year, but those would be the most important things to me. Does it have to be this way? No. To my reputation, to my city, to my friend. This is his city. That would be the most important thing to me, and I would not be able to sit still if I knew of one person who thought I wasn't into it and didn't care about it and wasn't fully invested in it. And people tell you, including Adams, to us many times, that it is not correct to think that Terry Pegula is not personally invested. I believe that. I think maybe he's over-invested in terms of hockey stuff. Mm-hmm. That's my guess more than it is that he's detached. But what Pegula has failed at, other than the results, is being somebody that he announced himself as when he bought the team, that you're not going to have to worry about me. All right? He's literally in tears at the press conference when he buys them. You're not going to have to worry about me. You're not going to have to worry about money. I'm serious about this. Those days are over.
We didn't.
When did that stop?
Not
10 years ago?
Yeah, about. I mean, we got really the. I feel like the line of demarcation is the COVID year, because that's when the Bottrell gets fired weirdly in the middle of the summer after a vote of confidence because they want to fire people, and I really believe he didn't want to, and that was we're not being heard, and here comes Kevin Adams. Yeah, I'll do whatever you want. Thanks for the job. And so that's where I think it really starts. They weren't good before that, but I think that's when resource-wise I began to really question, like, what are we all about? What are they all about there? Has the objective changed? If, by then they're knee-deep into the Bills. The Bills are just getting good, right? Josh Allen is just coming into his own, and that's just sort of taken over, it seems, anyway, perception-wise, it looks like that's taken over his life. But, yeah, he still, I think, is probably too invested in the day-to-day, the player choices and things like that, frankly, he shouldn't be anywhere near. But I think he is. And I don't think that's helping anything.
And I might be an owner that would want to do that, too. I'd like to think... I know how I think, and I'd like to think I would understand, like, what I don't know. Mm-hmm. I am that way in life, so maybe I'd be good at it. But I just would never want anybody to think that I'm just sitting there.
Detached.
And Pegula might be offended by the notion that, by the idea that this is like a perception of him. And I would say to him, respectfully, it is. Like, this is your, you don't have to do anything about it, but I don't think I'm wrong. Like, I think this is where we're at. The caller's talking about, like, how bad the vibes are and everything. I just don't feel like I ever hear a word from anybody about the Sabres. Just maybe this is a critical moment where they've got some talented players and they've got another high draft pick, and maybe this is like sort of like a critical moment for them. Who would know? When do you ever hear from anybody? Like, who would know? The only Sabres I ever hear from are Elliot Friedman and Frank Saravelli. Like, that's kind of how I get anything I get from the Sabres is through, insiders. Should they be doing press conferences every day? No, that's ridiculous. But it just feels like way far away.
You can... If you think something that is perceived about you is dead wrong, maybe the opposite from what the reality is, you can ignore it, and that's a choice. And like I've done that in my life, and I'm sure lots of people have, and you can get through it. But the problem you've got here is, however true or untrue that perception is, it is the perception, and he has not really done anything to offset it, to dismiss it. And I don't know what does that look like? Is that him having a news conference where he cries again and talks about how much he loves the Sabres? I'm not making fun of him for crying. I cry all the time about sports. He may need to push back on it himself at some point, because having Kevin Adams once a month tell us, I talk to him every day, is not really changing anything. It's not getting it done. And so you're just you're stuck. Again, I respect not wanting to dignify something you know to be untrue with any response. But this is so much bigger than anything else. It's the overriding sentiment about them, is that he is unplugged, and that's why this is happening. And I don't know. I don't have I'm not savvy enough to have a marketing plan and a model for how he could go about changing that. I just think maybe it's time to try something, because if it's untrue, right? The other part of it is the longer it goes unchecked, unchallenged, is you get people that are just going to be more dug in about that actually being the case. Because otherwise, do something here. Anything. I'm waving my arms like a maniac. Do something. And instead, we get, fly into Montreal and have a meeting. And then they get clobbered by Montreal.
It's two different things. It's like your players, and then it's your fans. And, we do okay, at least, trying to get across what we think the fans are thinking. And maybe this is directionally accurate. 803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Back after the update here on WGR.
It is NHL Trade Week, round one getting underway on Friday at 7 p.m. We are expected to hear from Sabres GM Kevin Adams and Assistant General Manager Jerry Fortin tomorrow at 11 a.m. as they will be available to the media for their pre-draft availability. We'll be carrying that live right here on WGR, so do stay tuned for that. But teams already beginning to reshape the rosters for next season. The Philadelphia Flyers have officially acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 2026 draft. And our coverage of the NHL draft on WGR will be brought to you by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night. OKC takes down the Indiana Pacers in a 7-game series. The Thunder now achieved their first NBA title. And yesterday, Game 7, over 16 million people watched that game. It is the most viewed NBA Finals game since 2019. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he was named Finals MVP, adding to his trophy case that already includes just this season, the regular season MVP, this year's scoring title, and the Western Conference Finals MVP. And then for the Pacers, guard Tyrese Hallebertton did suffer a torn right Achilles. Hallebertton suffered that injury less than 10 minutes into the game. Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard suffered similar injuries in these playoffs. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
In terms of what the Canucks are up to elsewhere, I believe Vancouver is one of the teams that's been closely following and has called the Sabres on the J.J. Peterka file. At varying points, I think they've had some interest in what a Bowen Byram deal could look like. So that part has been ongoing.
Trade speculation about a couple of prominent Sabres players, courtesy of Frank Saravelli right there. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Friday night for the first round of the NHL draft from L.A. Here's Dale with us. Hi, Dale.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for taking my call. Thought I'd give you a quick shout today. Everybody's going nuts here about the Sabres, which totally understand. I've been watching them since day one. And I think the big problem is in the last 14 years, no one's been out there, maybe Murray a little bit, but he kind of wrecked us. They don't know how to build a team. We keep building a pool of players, and we've had this wonderful pool of players for 14 years, first-round picks after first-round pick after first-round pick. But no one seems to understand that, like, you got to have a first, second, third, and fourth line, and each one of those lines has to be descriptive. So if I said to you, give me 3 words that you want to describe your first line, what would they be?
Scoring, talent.
What's the last one, Bulldog? The most important one of all.
I don't think there's anything more important than scoring and talent, but what, grit?
Responsibility.
Okay.
And all 4 lines need to have it. So whatever your 3 words are for each of the 4 lines, the last word needs to be responsible. Now, I built teams for a long time, and the way I kind of always looked at it, it's like gin rummy. If you got the 7 diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, you can't trade one of those because then you don't have the gin rummy anymore. So the Sabres need to understand they got 18 slots. 12 forwards, 6 defensemen. Once you get your first line 6, which I believe we have 3 guys here that can be first liners if you can get Tage Thompson to play center the way he played 2 years ago. Because he didn't play responsible last year. Did he score a bunch of goals? Yeah. Was he responsible? No. 2 years ago, Granato got him to play both ends of the ice, 200 feet. He was wonderful. He had 45 goals in the first 55 games. And he played both ends. I'm not going to say a Michel Bergeron or a Patrice Bergeron, that good a defensive player, but he was in the ballpark. So after you build
Dale, what do you want to see them do?
I would like to see them slot the team and let them go. Stop. Lindy must have used 200 line combinations last year, maybe 100. You can't do that. When the Canadians, and Bulldog, you'll understand this, when you remember seeing Guy Lafleur back in the day with the Canadians, who would you see? You seen Pete Mahovlich, you seen Steve Shutt. When you seen Mike Bossy, you seen Clark Gillies, and you seen Brian Trier. When you seen Wayne Gretzky, you seen Yuri Curry. So once you got that line together, you leave them alone. You do the same thing with the second line. Now, where it gets delicate is the third and the fourth line. Because the third line, you don't need the scoring, but you need that, what Bulldog said, that grit, that tenacity, that we're going to keep this line even. And then the fourth line, and this is the biggest thing that's been hurting the Sabres, in my opinion, for the years. Our best players are skating on eggshells. Look who took a beating last year more than anybody. Benson. The kid's 5'9", 165 pounds, and he sticks his nose in everywhere. And does anybody ever stick up for him? Very rarely. Dahlin's been getting killed from the minute he's walked through the doors, and nobody steps up for him. So that fourth line, there's two guys out there right now that are unrestricted free agents that would be absolutely perfect for this team. One's an ex-Bruin, the Frederick kid that they traded at the deadline.
He just signed a massive extension right after they lost the Cup final with Edmonton. He's not on the market.
You know what? That's fine, because these fourth-line guys, they're out there. And the kid, Jarnot, that Tampa gave up all the draft picks for, and within a year they said, we don't need him no more, and they sent him away. But their fourth line's got to be two tough wingers that not only play responsible, but they play tough and they protect the team. And we got the perfect center for him. He's right here, right now. You put Krebs with those two guys on the fourth line, and you leave them alone. And then you do the same exact thing with the defense. Now, they got a guy that they never played with Dahlin all last year, this Clifton kid. He's absolutely what Dahlin needs.
Oof.
He plays physical, he plays tough. And if you remember back when Bobby Orr played, he had a defenseman that was his partner named Al Sims. What was
we're to Al Sims? Dale, I mean, we got a show to do here. We're to Al Sims?
Well,
I think you've made your point before we go through the Rolodex of the 1970s, hockey cards.
I just want to say I would rather they launch Connor Clifton into outer space than pair him with Rasmus Dahlin. Dale, we definitely don't agree on that.
No, that has not worked out.
No.
I mean, 100 things to say. I'll pick one. What is a coach to do if he doesn't have Gretzky and Curry or Trottier and Bossy? Sit there or try to come up with new combinations. The season's so long, every coach is moving lines around all the time, right? I mean, with a few exceptions of guys who are just perfect together on elite teams. I don't know. Hey, listen, I appreciate Dale because we're in here every day, and there are times when it feels like the Sabres need to be talked about, but Bulldog and I both kind of think we'll be talking to the wall.
Right.
And here's a guy, like, what should the Sabres do? I mean, he's got 100 ideas,
well thought
and
out.
I'm grateful.
Right.
Like, good for him.
Same here.
And a lot of it makes sense. But too much of it for me sounded like we're trying to turn the clock back 50 years.
Yeah.
And it's a different league and a different game in a lot of ways.
And I missed this defensive peak of Tage Thompson's. I don't think he's that player. I think it's why he's not playing center anymore. And I don't think as long as Lindy Ruff is the coach of this team, he's going to play center anymore. Because I don't think he's not that responsible. He's not super heady. There's numerous times during the season he's not the guy you want to point out and criticize because to me what he does well offsets whatever the shortcomings are. But he is at the scene of the crime a lot. On not getting it deep, turnover at the opposing blue line, that kind of stuff. He's just not super heady about that part of the game.
But he's great at what he's great at.
He is great at what he's great at, and that's going to be, I think, moving forward, scoring 45 to 50 goals, playing the wing on their top line.
Fine with me.
So I think that's where, again, that could change, again, with a different coach. But I think that has gone by the wayside. I think I'd be surprised at this point with Norris and Kulik now emerging. I mean, they might end up in a pinch and need to do it, but I think they want him on the wing.
Thanks again, Dale. Frank is next. Hi, Frank.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
Boy, that last caller really took the wind out of my sails. Let me tell you.
Don't let it affect you. Just go about your business, Frank. You can do it. We have faith in you.
I just wanted you guys, I'm getting kind of scared with this whole team and this whole scenario we got going on. It seems like we're entering in Toronto territory where it seems like our hill is such a big climb that it's almost insurmountable. Like, we need star power on this team so bad, but we just need competent players that are all on the same page, and we don't need players to be saying that, we just need other players to stop taking shifts off. It just seems like we're just keep rehashing the same old thing, trying to build a house with popsicle sticks in the middle of a windy day. It just doesn't seem to be working out. But I just want to leave you guys with one question, too. If you ever thought, 10 years ago, and someone would say to you, hey, our number one draft pick will be a Stanley Cup champion, and the other number one or our number two draft, or 1 and 2 in the draft would be a Stanley Cup champion, and one would be a fighting for a championship still, who would you believe which one that would be? That's all I have for me. Have a great day, guys.
Between whom and whom?
I meant McDavid and Eichel. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know.
It's just a crazy scenario to think about 10 years ago that we would be having a discussion like this today with Jack Eichel being a champion but not even on our team. Thanks, guys.
I guess. I think that's interesting. If you told me that Eichel had won a cup somewhere else in his first 10 years, I would have thought he was probably a bust. And then you get rid of him because he's a bust, but he's good enough to play in the league, and he latches on to a winner. Like, that happens. That I think would have been the likeliest explanation for that. But, of course we know that greatness and cup winning is not perfectly correlated. So doesn't take, to me, there's no negative on McDavid at all, just because he hasn't won, if that was the implication. All right, thanks, Frank.
It's sort of what happened with Sam Bennett.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
He floundered around in Calgary, and then, all right, we're done here. And he's reinvented himself and has turned into a back-to-back Cup winner and the Conn Smythe winner this year. And credit to him.
That's right.
His career was never nearly over or anything, but he just was not, it was not meeting expectations, and, that can get you moved.
Somebody else who has not met expectations, but maybe is about to take off. Anthony Richardson.
In the music world?
So he said today, I'll be ready for camp.
Okay. Do the doctors agree?
I don't know. I'm willing. I choose to believe him.
Okay. You are gullible.
I am. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope that's right.
Anthony Richardson. Back in it. Let's go.
Sure.
Anthony.
They are giving that job to Daniel Jones, provided he doesn't trip on his shoelaces.
I think so too. Here's Jim next. Hi, Jim.
Good afternoon, guys. As far as the Sabres go, I think they have the model right in front of them with the Bills. I think you have to come in and get a coach, and I don't know if Ruff is the guy, but you have to get a coach and then just let him mold the team the way he wants it. Get rid of the guys he doesn't want. Get rid of the guys that don't play his system, whatever it is. But just rotating guys every 2 years, you're never going to get anywhere. And I'm not saying Ruff is the guy, because I think he's an older guy. I think he's, kind of run his course. That was a feel-good, hire, I think. But this rotate, you have all this talent that they've had over the last few years, and it just keeps going out the door for, draft capital. And what are they doing with it? They stock Rochester, and now you're talking about Peterka and Byram and guys in Rochester, and it never comes to fruition. I think they just got to say, we're starting over. This is our guy. This is our GM. Guys, go do what you need to do. Tell me who you want, who you don't want, and let's have a plan, and let's stick with it. Let's not panic after 2 years. Let's stick with it, and eventually, hopefully, it comes out somewhere near the Bills. I'm not saying they're going to get to that level, but at least you have some sort of consistency and continuity going forward instead of these 2-year rotational
Do you disagree with the thought that if the Bills did not have a superstar quarterback, that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane would still be employed here? Do you think they're the recipe for success?
No, I don't think they are. I think they got lucky with Allen because they've shown on some of these draft picks that with the reaching and stuff like that. So that is a very valid point. And I don't know if you're going to get a McDavid or a whatever in the NHL. One's going to fall into your lap. The Bills did get lucky with Allen, and he's a big part of what they do. And I think they get some credit for that maybe isn't totally warranted. But they still got lucky on that one. You only got to get it right once, right?
In football, with quarterback, it has that much power. In hockey, it really doesn't. But I still think even though Eichel did not work out for the Sabres, that you're not going to win big without high-end talent. That was the whole reason for trying to get to him or McDavid at that time. And I don't think that's been disproven by any of these teams winning cups. You just have to do way, way better than the Sabres have ever done in this time period at filling out the team. And that's just like for many years where they were just getting run over and the high-end guys weren't enough to, carry them. Now they're gone anyway. So I don't know if the caller wants Ruff back or not. Like, he wants 2 years. It's been 1. You can't obviously just go get whoever you want.
Right.
It's a little more complicated than that.
That's
including coaches.
Right.
I mean, you think the Sabres would be able to get any coach or any GM that they want? When has that ever been true? When have they ever, kind of been that organization that could do that? 1980, maybe, would count. Scotty Bowman in 1980 would that's probably the guy they wanted.
The closest they came to what at the time looked like a credible sort of top of the market hire is when they hired Bilesma. Cup winner, American, whatever. You lost out on Babcock was the goal there. Buyer beware, I guess, in the end. But Bilesma was a very credible pivot, I think. It didn't work.
On paper, it was.
Right.
I fell for it. I bought it. But I don't know if he was a fraud or what he was. But in retrospect, Crosby, right? Crosby, Malkin.
Right.
I almost said Allen, because that could be the same thing. I don't know. But didn't work out. Hasn't really worked out for him too well since either.
No, that's right.
Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Thank you, Jim. We'll be right back. This is WGR. When, if ever, are we getting a Jalen Ramsey trade?
June 1st. Oh.
2026?
Whoops.
What happened to hockey? We always knock hockey for, even with Chad on earlier, you get hyped for action and it doesn't come. That NFL draft was supposed to have, I don't know. I'm gullible, right? I fall for it when whoever's of football insiderdom tell you that Breece Hall might get moved. Breece Hall falls for it. He's on Twitter with eyeballs and the players sort of, all these guys, 10, 12 guys it was that could get traded at the NFL. Goddard. Of course, Jalen Ramsey. The Dolphins even announced that they were looking to trade Jalen Ramsey. They haven't done it. Is it an act? Is it a bit? Where are all these trades? Where's any of them? What did any of these trades in one happen? What's Kirk Cousins still doing on Atlanta? What good is that going to do anybody?
Waiting for an injury to a starter somewhere.
Okay.
Maybe.
He was one after June 1st where that made more sense.
Yeah.
As long as was it $10 million the Falcons were spending to take it to June 1st? It was maybe better for them to just pay that and then he becomes more easily tradable.
Yeah.
Nothing has happened.
Yeah.
Where are any of these moves? Where's the Gabe Davis signing? He's going to Pittsburgh. He's going to New Orleans. Didn't sign anywhere. Maybe he's just the physical. It got him in trouble in Jacksonville. Maybe there's something wrong with him.
Can't find a fit. I don't know.
Where's Amari Cooper signing? And when?
I would love to if I could find it. He might be done. Maybe he was done. He was done. He was not good here. He just was not really any semblance. He was like a replacement level receiver. And we thought they were buying a number one receiver when they traded for him, and it just did not happen. And yeah, sure, everybody eats, whatever, but
he didn't really eat.
Right. I think the word around, there was the reporting around the draft. Everybody thinks he might be cooked. So I don't know, maybe that's
he ate in the way that when I'll ask my daughter before she gets on the bus, did you eat?
Right.
And she'll say yes.
I looked at a box of oatmeal.
She had something from the pantry that was really not meant as a breakfast food.
Right.
My sons know better. Did you eat? Yep. Really? Yeah. See that empty box of candy on the floor?
Fruit roll-ups.
Did you see that? You see that? I don't know how that box became empty, but it is.
Yeah.
Something happened there.
Well, we did have the classic hockey insiders mention hearing something might be up with Zegras, and then 8 minutes later,
what always happens?
Flyers. There it is.
That's what always happens.
It's just absolutely like clockwork.
You get this first base kind of name,
Right.
And then right after that, here's the trade.
You don't even have time to process whether or not you would have liked your team to. I mean, you can still do that afterward. And in this case, I was not eager at all for the Sabres to trade for Trevor Zegras. I just don't think he's at all what they need right now. But you don't even have the time to. Should I get in on this? What would I trade for? Oh, it's done.
Yeah. What is that?
I just started thinking about this 8 minutes ago, and now it's done.
I think it's that the Elliot Friedmans, if you will, there is going to be a trade, but we have to call the people involved. We still haven't reached everybody involved yet. So he knows there will be, I think. He knows there will be a trade. That's why it always happens this way.
Right.
Where they give you, I'm hearing the coaching change. Boom. Somebody else has to know before it can be announced. But the reporter wants, I'm not saying this is bad, wants first dibs.
Right.
He's willing to say that
something's
as constituting
happening.
A scoop that this is maybe, but he couches it. And if you don't speak the language, you won't assume that means there is going to be a trade very soon. It's already been agreed to. It's just we can't tell you. And it's sort of in a normal situation, you wouldn't even tell the person until you had everything.
Right. But somebody gets out, right? And an agent wants to, whatever. It's a wash my back type of deal.
Yeah, it's, you do that for the reporter's benefit.
Right.
And he does something for you.
Right.
I guess. 803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Hey, it's Bulldog here for Excelsior Orthopedics. When life takes its toll and you find yourself in need of a knee or hip replacement, did you know you can get that done without ever setting foot in a hospital? It's called hospital-free joint replacement, and the experts at Excelsior Orthopedics pioneered it here in Western New York nearly 10 years ago. Since then, they've helped lots of people get back to doing what they love to do, pain-free. Learn more about hospital-free joint replacement at excelsiorortho.com. Excelsior Orthopedics, your first place for complete orthopedic care.
NHL Draft Week this week. Round 1 will get underway on Friday at 7 p.m. We will hear from General Manager Kevin Adams and Assistant GM Jerry Fortin tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for their pre-draft availability. We will, of course, be carrying that right here on WGR, so do stay tuned for that. But our coverage of the NHL Draft on WGR is presented by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Fiegel Car and Joyce Shore Border Attorneys, and by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. But before the draft gets underway, we do already have some teams reshaping their rosters. The Philadelphia Flyers have officially acquired forward Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks for forward Ryan Poehling, a second in this year's draft and a fourth in the 2026 draft. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night. OKC gets the organization's first NBA title. Over 16 million watched yesterday's Game 7, the most viewed NBA Finals game since 2019. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander adds the Finals MVP to his very stacked trophy case from this year. He adds that Finals MVP to a regular season MVP, this year's scoring title, and the Western Conference Finals MVP. And Pacers guard Tyrese Halleberton did suffer a torn right Achilles, putting next season in doubt for him. Halleberton suffered that injury less than 10 minutes into Game 7. Boston's Jason Tatum and Milwaukee's Damian Lillard suffered the same injury in these playoffs as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
If you wrap foil around that, just like the little bit of the base part of the banana where the fruit is, wrap foil around that top and they will last longer.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
Who needs your bananas to last longer, though?
Look, I don't want to go to the store every other day for bananas.
They're 8 cents each.
What the hell are you talking about? What is going on?
You're going to wrap them in foil?
They're better when they're just a little green. Yeah.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Too much work.
Not that much trouble.
Too much work.
Says the guy that's got a spreadsheet with 3,000 fantasy teams.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
So I guess if the NBA is pleased with its ratings, then it wasn't on TNT?
Right.
The finals?
Yeah. Well, ABC. That's the way. It's the way to do it. Yep.
I'm not looking for credit. I decided last evening, it was a weekend of driving for me again, lacrosse tournament, and got home at around the time of when the game started. And I decided, if this game is close, I'll see online. It's close, like mid third quarter on. I'm there. I mean, I was interested enough to commit to that.
Yeah.
It didn't ever get me because of Halleberton. That injury is a terrible shame. He loses a year now, maybe. He was so interesting.
Yeah.
These incredible comeback shots he was making, buzzer beaters.
Yep. All through the playoffs. Yeah.
I mean, what a thing. We know from this. I don't know if I need to say anything else about. I didn't ever end up watching any of it. Indiana. You don't have to be a basketball fan. I'm really not, like I used to be, so I'm not coming from a place where I'm here telling you how it went. Indiana, though, was, a huge underdog going into the playoffs to get as far as the finals. Like, they were not – Boston was supposed to go to the finals, right. Or Cleveland, right? And then it was the Knicks.
They were an underdog. I think they were even an underdog against the Knicks. They were an underdog every step.
Yeah, and so Boston has the injury, loses to New York. Indiana is an underdog against Cleveland, beats Cleveland, and they get all the way to the finals. That franchise has never won a championship, and suddenly, what is it? Is it the 99 Sabres in a way? Where like, wait a minute, this could really happen.
We could do this, yeah.
And in the finals, they're the biggest home underdog of all time, literally. One of the games in Indiana was that. Maybe Game 6, as late as Game 6, where they were 6.5-point underdogs, or it might have been Game 3 or 4. And still they get all the way to being ahead. It's 06 Sabres a little bit now. Ahead at halftime of Game 7 and lose. And now this player who just became a star, really, in the playoffs. He already kind of was.
Yeah,
but
I heard his name last year a lot, but they didn't obviously have this kind of success.
Closer to a household name for a basketball fan than he was.
Yep.
And now he's out for all of next year. That is taking that is a gut punch.
And the injury happened in the first quarter of Game 7, and they were more than holding their own. I did not. We talked about this briefly earlier. I bailed out with about 2 minutes to go in the first half. That was my check out of the living room, go upstairs, watch it on the iPad. And I knew halftime was coming. Like, all right, I'll give myself a little while. I was also targeting, like you said, middle of the third quarter. I'll check back in. I'll see what's going on. And honestly, the app opens and it's like, the lead is 21 or what. I'm like, okay, I'm out. There's not going to be this dramatic comeback. The guy that they need to lead that is not there. He got hurt in the early part of the game, and that's it, I'm done. So I didn't even stick around. But I was with it earlier, and they were more than live. They were winning at halftime, like you said. That's on the road. I don't know. At least that game. I think if Hallebertton stays in it, I think even at 21 points in the third quarter, or whenever it was, I might be off on the timing there. Whenever I dipped back in, that was the lead. I'm pretty sure. And if he's there, I might think, all right, you know what? Because they've done this before. They did this to this team in Game 1. I'm here. But without him, I was like, no way. They're not going to be able to mount that comeback. And, they didn't. So, that's got to be so tough to be to the edge there. Game 7, such a big underdog every step of the way, and your dude goes out. Oh, man.
Well, the Sabre comparisons are not injuries in those situations as much as they are just departures. Because whenever they've gotten, at least, more recent history, when they've gotten close, it tends to be unexpected. 06, 99, somewhat unexpected. And that's super fun. And you go all the way to the semis or the finals, in that ride. And then when it ends, when Kasparaitis beats Hasek on a wrist shot and he skates off the ice, you can think to yourself, he is not coming back.
That's the end of that.
And that was correct.
Right.
And, when Alfredsson scores in 07, it's not just that your cup dream is over and this ride you go on for months with them to imagine a championship is over, but it's by the time the press conferences start and Drury's bleeding from the mouth talking about how they weren't tougher, it's over. It's going to get, now it's really going to change. All in that one,
right.
In hockey, it's one goal, an overtime goal sometimes. You go from, 0-1, you're looking at the semis and a real shot to goodbye, and then it turns its bankruptcy and its own teams for sale.
That's right.
Gary Bettman's going to run the Sabres.
Right.
2 years from that, Gary Bettman is literally running the Sabres.
Yep.
That's a big drop.
Right. And then 3-4 years from there is 06 and 07. Jay McKee's shin pad would like a word about the timing. It wasn't in a game, obviously, but, that happened in advance of this Game 7. So it's, maybe it's as close as we're going to get. He's not Hallebertton either, but still, it mattered a lot. It really, really hurt them to not have him. But by the time 07, summer of 07, I didn't think it was all going to blow apart. I just thought they're going to lose one of these two guys. That was how that felt. I don't think I'm misremembering it. They sort of drawn their line on Briere, so I thought they made their choice. They're going to keep Drury, and I thought that they would do that. And then they lost them both on the same day within hours of one another. It was like, okay, this is completely over. And now we got to pay Vanek $7 million just to keep him, and here we are.
Tough one.
Yeah.
Indiana, but that would be a team, I think, where you rarely get that close, where it opens up. Basketball's different because without the great player, the stars win. The top the teams with the top stars in the sport win. And if you don't have that, does Indiana have that in this guy? He's more just like a magician than he is like a dominant superstar or something, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But without that, and, they're still Boston and they're still the other teams, that was the Sabres too. 99, you're not going to get. You can't assume that that's not much to say. Another shot at this, like you're not positioned to just like win for years.
Yeah,
like the Leafs have lost famously in the playoffs, but they go into every season. This is now a form of torture, I think, for them. I mean,
as
for
a
everybody.
favorite, yeah.
But they go into every season pretty much knowing that they're great. Like they're going to have a great team, a great season, and then it's just going to. That's the Bills now. They're
Right.
all over the road, but that's the Bills now, where it's like, okay, well, they'll probably be great again and be in, a tie game with 10 minutes left against Mahomes or Jackson or Burrow.
Can they do it? Right.
Can they do it?
Right.
Or someone that Bulldog considers one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL, Jalen Hurts.
Elite, top 10.
Easily top 10.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, ahead of some clowns. No, clowns is a little strong. You probably want that back.
You know who I'm excited about? Did I say this on Friday when we talked quarterbacks? I'm excited about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it came up. We did reverse AFC power rankings, I believe, on Friday late.
I don't think we did.
We didn't. Oh, no, we didn't. We skipped it. That's right. But it came up because you mentioned it late, and I said, I've been thinking about pushing them
up, down.
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter which way you're pushing in this. But I'm thinking it's kind of time for it to happen or not. Like it's another new coach that's supposed to be able to get the best out of him. Maybe the best look he's had at that. I mean, really, what was it? Peterson was that, and that didn't work. Urban Meyer definitely was not that. So
I think Peterson is Bilesma.
Credibility, but not that good.
Ring.
Yeah.
But, yeah, not that good.
Well, this guy, Liam Cohen, the way he's talking about shaping that offense around Brian Thomas Jr., and we'll see how much Travis Hunter – Is there trepidation in I'm really going to ask this, the fantasy community about him as a receiver? I just saw it alluded to today from, I don't follow, certainly not the volume of fantasy analysts that you do, but the guys that we've had on the show, I generally end up following. And I just know I saw some stuff today, like, there's just not a real good feel for how much he's going to play on offense. And that it's, cornerback first and sprinkle in offense.
Last I heard, which is now maybe like a month ago, was Liam Cohen, their new coach, talking about him like he was a wide receiver first. Out of the draft, that was the vibe from Jacksonville. Like, don't worry about it. In that context.
Yeah.
There are fantasy players who are worried about it, and it might be right to be, and he's a good debate. He's a good debate already. What to do with him? Can you trust him to play full-time, both ways? Maybe not right away, maybe never. He's a great debate, and fantasy is a microcosm of that because you need him to run routes. You want him to run 80% of the routes. And if he does that, and he's the best receiver out of the draft like most people said, then you've really got something. But if he runs half the routes, you've probably overspent. And it's likely to change over time, right? But like right away,
yeah.
What do they want to do with him? Jacksonville week 1. I'm so excited for week 1. It's still like, 2.5 months? Jacksonville home to Carolina. Week 1. I kind of like it. I want to see Carolina with Tet McMillan. And is Bryce Young actually good? Because he finished the season pretty good. Even ran for touchdowns late. Like, he's interesting fantasy-wise. He's really cheap. And Jacksonville with Hunter. And also what they do at running back. You want to know in fantasy, like, what the debate is. There's that one. But in terms of the Jaguars, it's running back. Because they have ETN. And they have Tank Bigsby, who you like. And then they drafted the guy I wanted for the Bills, Bashal Tutin, in round 4. And he might be the best of them, but he's a round 4 rookie.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a tough one to figure out. What's the toughest?
Not for me.
Well, you're not going to try. What's the toughest Bills one to figure out? Like, what do the Bills have that's anything like that?
Elijah Moore, maybe.
Yeah.
How the receiver room in general, but I feel like Elijah Moore is the wildest card in the deck there, because I could see a scenario where it goes really well to start, and he's on the field more than we're anticipating right now, certainly more than we anticipated when they signed him to a relatively modest contract after the draft, and suddenly he's like their second leading receiver or something. And there's also a world where I don't want to exactly get to Chase Claypool. I think this guy's a more credible idea than that. I think he's going to be on the team, but he doesn't have to get a jersey. Like if Curtis Samuel also asserts himself, they may take turns, the opponent dependent. I don't know, but Moore I feel like is a big, figure. How does that puzzle fit together?
I wish we could really get clues about that during the summer, but it won't be easy. Like, I think Elijah Moore is probably somebody that the Bills would want to see play in the preseason, but Allen won't. So what good is that, right? I think where he can win, if it's versus Samuel, where he can win is if he shows to be like he's going to be where they expect him to be on the field. Mm-hmm. Because after he can run and he can catch it. So as long as they can trust him to be where he's supposed to be, and I think maybe after a year Samuel can provide that, but might just not be any more explosive like Elijah Moore might be. So you might have a battle between athleticism and trustworthiness.
Yep. It feels to me like with that point made about Allen not playing in the preseason, except for like a cameo probably in maybe one of the games, but like you're not going to get bankable, actionable reps between them in any of the preseason games. These joint practices with the Bears might be a really good spot to look. Sure. I'll stop short of wanting to know the stats necessarily, but if he's, if everybody that's there watching, they're like, man, Elijah Moore again today. Just the Bears couldn't cover him, or whatever it is. Allen trusts him. Allen's finding him. There seems to be then that maybe would be bankable. It might be the most bankable thing we'll see all summer. Is those joint practices. Not to say, not to ignore the regular practices, because that'll matter too. But I think those Bears practices could be more informative than the preseason games at all.
Maybe. Did you see the picture of Ross Tucker's golf clubs?
Yes, I did.
So he went golfing today, apparently, at Jason Kelsey's tournament. And he tweeted about how his wife threw away his golf bag. So all his golf clubs he just put into a box.
Cardboard box.
A thin cardboard box that maybe...
A box you would use to ship golf clubs. Maybe.
Right. I was starting to think, what would come in a box like this? Clubs would come in a box like this.
Right.
Maybe not that many.
Right.
So that's what he's got here. I wonder how this went.
My dude. Is there a pro shop at the course that Jason Kelsey is having his tournament at?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. There is.
I mean, come on. Go buy a bag. You're Ross Tucker. I mean, it's a good bit. And if he doesn't really play at all, so much so that I think he said his golf bag was falling apart, that's why his wife discarded it on him. He didn't know. Then, but just buy a bag.
They would lend him one.
Sure they would. That's right. Maybe they did after this happened.
I would think they would just here, Ross.
Here's a bag.
And then he'll appreciate that, and then he'll buy it.
Right. Or here's even a whole set of clubs to use today. Whatever.
Yes.
Right?
Like they do when you go out.
Although maybe this sort of thing, there's a lot of people doing that, and maybe they could run low. But yeah, we've done that twice now, renting clubs at resorts on vacation, and it's not your stuff. Some minor you can't trust it as much as the stuff that you've been fitted for, but whatever, it's fine. It gets it done. It's usually pretty. It's the current stuff too.
It's brand new. Or maybe not brand new, but
within a year or so.
Yeah, it's fairly new. It's been used, but it's fairly new. A couple of Bills things that we haven't talked about and won't have time to today, but that were interesting to read last week, just never came up in here. The luxury player article Bill Barnwell wrote that included a section on Alec Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't a Bills article, but he had like a half dozen nominees for these luxury player positions, and the Bills with the 6th offensive lineman last year was written about. Also, there was an all-quarter century team. Aaron Schatz was involved in that. It came out last week. There was one Bills player on it and one former Bills coach on it.
Huh. I don't know how. I saw reference to that. Well, I have a feeling you're going to tell me these names. I'm going to go, oh, yeah, I read that. But I can't remember it right now.
Wade Phillips was the defensive coordinator for the all-quarter century team.
I saw Wade tweet about being pleased that he was mentioned. Yes.
Yep. And T.O. is the only player who ever played for the Bills that was on
that's right.
that roster.
Thanks for reminding us all that happened.
And there isn't time here now either, but I did have a thought earlier when we were talking about the Sabres and the caller who mentioned, like, on the morning show, they basically might have said, I don't care if they trade anybody. There's nobody I'm, like, attached to here, right? And, you know, they wouldn't want it to be a bad trade, but, like, the point is, go do anything. And that reminded me of a conversation I had during the drought years with the Bills involving a star player on those teams and, like, the legacy of it all. And it was about the Wall of Fame, maybe someday. And the guy was like, why would anybody want to come to see me honored? Well, all we did was lose. It was kind of sad, right? I mean, the guy was really good. Anyway, maybe we get back into something like that another time. As far as this time goes, Chad DeDominicis, our guest earlier from Expected Buffalo, the founder of the site even, joined us to talk about the upcoming NHL draft and what the Sabres should be trying to do here this week. That's next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.